I'll now bow to my right and bow to my left. And having done so, I'll ask delegates to now observe a moment of silence for prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Honorable members, before we proceed, I would like to make the following announcements. And this is in keeping with the need to remind honorable members, all honorable members, that the rules and process apply to this hybrid city. So the announcements are as follows: that the hybrid sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that delegates in the hybrid sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in a sitting of the National Council of Provinces, that for the purpose of the quorum, all delegates who are logged on to the virtual platform shall be considered present. That delegates must switch on their videos if they want to speak. That delegates should ensure that the microphones on their gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless they want to speak. That all delegates in the chamber must connect to the virtual platform as well as insert their cards to register on the chamber system. That delegates who are physically in the chamber must use the floor microphones and should switch their microphones on when they need to address the chairperson. That all delegates may participate in the discussion through the chat room, that the interpretation facility is active, and that permanent delegates, members of the executive, special delegates, and SALGA representatives on the virtual platform are requested to ensure that the interpretation facility on their gadgets are properly activated to facilitate access to the interpretation services. That permanent delegates and members of the executive in the chamber should use the interpretation gadgets on their desks to access the interpretation facilities. We will now proceed to notices of motions. Honorable delegates, I will now allow an opportunity to delegates to give notice of motion. And please indicate if you want to speak so that we can proceed. Notices of motion, that's where we are. Any member? Yes.
Sorry, what's that?
Honorable Maslangu.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. And good afternoon to honorable members. I hereby give notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House in its next sitting debate the acceleration and strengthening women empowerment initiatives so that they become economically independent as one of the ways to deal with gender-based violence and femicide in our country. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maslangu. Before I proceed, I'm told there are students who are going to be part of the audience somewhere up there. I don't have all the details, but these are the students who are joining us today to be broadly part of what is happening in the NCOP. They may not participate, but I'm sure you can wave to them and they can wave to you.
They are welcome, Chair.
Ala malibongwe.
No, thank you very much. We'll proceed. Having gotten to a point where we're done with the Honorable Maslangu, we'll now proceed to any other notice of motion. Please let's not confuse the two motions, otherwise we'll spend a lot of time unnecessarily. Honorable Hihi.
Ke a leboga, Chairperson. Ke bua ke le mo tlase ga mokgatlho wa EFF gore ka kopano e latelang ya khansele ya motse wa DL Pane, kopano e tseele tsia gore baagi ba DL Pane ko Bokone Bophirima bao ba amegileng le dikete ke merwalela eo e sentseng metse ya bone ga ne kgwedi ya Motsheganong e simolola.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hihi. Any other notice of motion? Thank you very much. We'll move on to notices without motion. We'll start at the back there. Yes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice. Council notes that the communities of Machabeng and the Free State have been struggling with water and sewage problems for extended periods. Right now, there are again communities without water. Again, notes that around 60% of the municipality's water meant for household usage is lost every day due to failing infrastructure. Further notes that only 3 of the 11 water treatment plants and only 4 of the 56 sewage pumps stations are currently working. The place is a sewage disaster area. Notes that in June of this year, Minister Senzo Mchunu indicated that they have budgeted 522 million rand, blaming the municipality for not maintaining the infrastructure. Resolves that at the first opportunity, the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs must call the Departments of Water and Sanitation, COCTA, and the municipality to report on the progress made in this regard, a rollout plan for the project, and measures to ensure that these funds are spent on upgrading the infrastructure of Machabeng and doesn't get wasted or stolen. And finally, that Council sends a strong message to both departments and the municipality that the people of Machabeng deserve better. And they deserve to have clean water and a properly functioning sewage system, and that this is unacceptable, that these residents now suffer because of people's inability to govern properly. Thank you.
Chair, can I move to amend the last part of the motion, not the inability to govern, but the huge backlog that is facing the municipality to attend to the infrastructure needs to fix the problem of water? If he doesn't agree, I object.
On a point of order, Chair, I believe our rules make it a requirement that, and the Chief Whip should know this, that when you stand on making such an amendment, you should cite the rule in terms of which you're doing it. I think the Chief Whip will find that there is no rule in our rules that allow for an amendment of a motion. I would have thought he would have known that of all people. Thank you very much.
So inability it is.
Chair,
Honorable members, we're making my life difficult.
no, it's acceptable. It's a conversation in the House. When a member makes a motion, a member can rise to amend the motion. Not entire parts of the motion is incorrect.
It has been,
But I object
it has
to
been
the motion.
happening.
Thanks.
It's not a rule, it's a precedence.
Perhaps I should take the blame somewhat. I only heard that the chief wanted to speak a bit late. But given the fact that there's this objection, what this means is that the motion may not therefore be proceeded with, and will become a notice of a motion. Thank you very much. Any other notice without motion? Dango? Now will come this side.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, allow me to rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with concern the increasing rise of a new criminal trend of kidnapping people across gender, age, and color, especially in the Western Cape. The recent reported incidents of kidnapping show a pattern of organized crime by criminal syndicates. The terror and feeling of no security unleashed by this pattern of crime against the Western Cape communities. Therefore, call upon the criminal justice sector's departments to step up on an integrated and coordinated campaign to bring this heinous crime to an end and bring all of those who are involved to book. I so move. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dango. Is there an objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. Bibi?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House notes the concern and continuous flouting of South African labor laws by the clothing and textile factories in the Newcastle area. Also notes that a team of inspectors from various labor centers, the Home Affairs Department and the police conducted inspections of the factories in Newcastle and Matadeni Industrial Park from the Monday 14 till Friday 18 November 2022. Further notes that a total of 70 factories with 30,539 employees were inspected during the campaign, including 6 night inspections, and found that the compliance rate at the factories that were inspected was very low at only 8%. And also understands that clothing factories in that area thrived and had developed a reputation for employing illegal foreigner workers and allegedly subject them to working conditions resembling modern day slavery. As such, will not tolerate the undermining and non-compliance with the labor laws of the country as was shown in the Newcastle, and therefore call on the government to increase measures aimed at addressing the high levels of worker exploitation and take drastic steps against the guilty companies. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bibi. Is there any objection to the motion? There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. This side, let's see. Next motion, let's start with you, Honorable Member. Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House condemns the murder of a patient inside an ambulance in Atteridgeville on Monday, 21 November 2022. Note that the emergency services responded to the call to the scene of an injured man in Atteridgeville. The patient was found already on the ground, surrounded by the residents when paramedics arrived. Also note that the paramedics were able to initiate treatment and prepared to transport the patient to the nearest hospital when community members reacted by throwing stones and barricaded the road to prevent the ambulance from leaving. That paramedics ran for cover when the ambulance was attacked. Unfortunately, the patient was fatally assaulted and the ambulance extensively damaged. And to note that believes that such unlawful attack on paramedics will make it difficult for paramedics to discharge their constitutional mandate to provide access to healthcare services. Calls upon community structures and leaders to assist in strengthening some of the interventions that are already in place to curb such incidents and to ensure that safety of paramedics and ambulance when they enter our communities, especially at night. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Any objection to the motion? No, there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Bartlett.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, I hereby move without notice that the Council firstly note of utmost concern the study conducted by the National Sea Rescue Institute, which shows that more South Africans drowned at inland sites like swimming pools, canals, old mine dams, and even water tubes than in the ocean. Secondly, Chairperson, further notes that during the study period between 2016 and 2021, it was found that an average of 1,477 people drowned every year, at an average national drowning rate of 2.54 per 100,000. Thirdly, Honorable Chairperson, further notes that KZN had the worst drowning rate, followed by the Eastern Cape, Gauteng, and the Western Cape, with the majority of those who died from drowning being children. And lastly, Honorable Chairperson, takes this opportunity to make a clarion call to all South Africans to remain vigilant and ensure that as we move to the summer and school holiday season, they put in place safety measures to ensure the safety of their children. I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bartlett. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Nyambi, you didn't have your hand up. Okay. I'm moving more to the left. Yes, so it's 1, 2, yeah, the two of you. Yes, in that order. Yeah.
Honorable Chairperson, I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with concern the report by the Auditor General that over more than 22 million rand of RDP housing has been allocated to the undeserving beneficiaries by the Western Cape Department of Human Settlements. That this take place at the time when homelessness and the demand for housing by the poor, the vulnerable, and the weak are at its highest. Further express our concern about the silence of the Western Cape government about this matter, especially in the light of the possibility of corruption, which involves favoring those who are connected to the governing DA or bribery of the officials by those who have money in order to be prioritized at the expense of the poor, the weak, and the vulnerable. Therefore, call on the Premier of the Western Cape to urgently institute investigations in order to get to the bottom of this matter. I so move, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gillian. Any objection to the motion?
I object, Chairperson.
There being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Arnold.
Thank you, House Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes that on the 19th of November 2022, Nompe Zim, a dairy farmer from the Free State Province, won the prestigious Agricultural Research Council National Small Scale Master Dairy Award, a 4th award in a row. Further notes that Zim was crowned during the recent awards which were held at Groot Santa Crow Wine Farm in Cape Town. Acknowledged that the dairy farmer took over the farm from a father in 2020 and currently farms with more than 200 cows on 162 hectares of land. Recognize that it takes great tenacity and perseverance to make it into the dairy industry. Further recognize that she won an award even in the face of unfavorable farming conditions in the Free State, such as floods and dilapidated infrastructures. The economic freedom fighters wishes Nompe Zim and other Black women like her well in their continued journey in the dairy sector. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Arnold. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mletsane.
Thank you, Chairperson. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that the Council notes that Free State municipalities stands in financial ruin with high levels of fruitless and wasteful expenditure increases, with no one being held accountable for the inefficiency of poor decision-making in carrying out projects initiated. The House should further note that in Thaba Mofokeng region, sub-region of Maluti-Apofu, there exist 3 taxi ranks which were built by municipality in Castel, which were declared non-operational and currently stand as white elephants. The House should also acknowledge that millions of rands of taxpayers' money was wasted on these structures, which currently stands unused, and that millions could have been used to promote sports. The House should also recognize that the Mangaung taxi rank on its own requires just over 50 million to reconstruct. We therefore call on the Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and other relevant departments to put measures in place to bring to an end to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mletsane. Any objection to the motion? No. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows with consent the shocking latest crime statistics for the period between July and September 2022. The most pertaining for the huge increase in the level of crime against women and children. Notes that the huge increase in crime against women and children indicates that it has reached crisis proportion and affects every community, family in our country. It blows as unacceptable the rate at which women are abused, violated, and killed in South Africa, whereas as many are killed by the people they know, people they love and trust. Also note that the stats assert that over 13,000 women were victims of assault with intent to cause grievous bodily harm between July and September. 1,277 women were victims of attempted murder, and 989 women were murdered during this period. Further notes, among other, that more than 10,000 rape cases were opened with the police between July and September this year. Some of these heinous women violation occurs in buses, taxis, trains, and other modes of public transport. Welcome the news that in the 3 months, 410 rapists were arrested, of whom 68 had been sentenced to life behind bars. Therefore, call for more interventions geared and putting more perpetrators of violence against women and children behind bars. I so moved.
Thank you, Honorable Ndongeni. Any objection to the motion? None. And there being no objection to the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Professor.
Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes that on 2nd of September 2022, Sasol appeared in the Secunda Magistrate Court on criminal charges brought against them by the NPA. The charges include unlawfully and intentionally negligent disposal of untreated contaminated discharge of water from the API dams into the Klipspruit River, causing serious water pollution of a natural water resource and the immediate environment. Further notes that the attending members of Alta's water can project then took water and river mud samples approximately 8 kilometers downstream from the Sasol Secunda facility and had it tested by an accredited lab for vanadium, of which the tests confirmed a positive result of 21 milligrams of per kilogram vanadium in the results. Notes that the vanadium positive content result beckons further downstream testing to determine the extent of pollution of other heavy metals and hazardous materials Sasol use in their processes, the likes of chromium, selenium, mercury, lead, manganese, and copper. All these highly toxic chemicals runs down the Klipspruit River into the Vaal River and the National Key Point Vaal Dam, which provides water to almost 20 million citizens in Gauteng. Finally notes that action should be taken harshly by Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Fisheries, Forestries and Environment, and the South African Human Rights Commission by ensuring further intensive testing is done and no tolerance of any industrial source or municipality guilty of polluting South Africa's water should be allowed, acting with the strongest measures, since a fine of 10 million rand makes it profitable for any company to pollute. I so move.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Christian. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable De Bruin.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the Freedom Front Plus, I move without notice that this House again notes the persisting water crisis in the Kopanong local municipality, where the largest parts of the municipality has been without water since February this year due to non-payments to the water board by the Kopanong local municipality. Also notes that the relevant departments, national and provincial, has still not in to assist the Kopanong local municipality in negotiating with the water board to have the water supply restored. It should be noted with concern that this is an extreme violation of the basic human right to have access to clean water by both the Bloem Water and the Kopanong local municipality. And in this regard, it should also be considered that the water board is on many occasions acting carelessly and impulsively without considering the impact and the well-being of paying citizens, and that the arrangements between the department, the water boards, and the municipality be re-evaluated to serve in the best interest of our citizens. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable De Bruin. Any objection to the motion?
No, Chair,
none, and there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Christian.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby move without notice that this Council notes with concern that the Northern Cape Health Department is complicit in the worsened well-being and loss of life of patients who are left in the lurch by state-funded patient transport services. This came to a head this month when patients from Namaqualand, including Port Nolloth, Steenkop and Kubus, gathered at the Springbok Hospital yesterday morning for departure to Uppington at 4 a.m. On arrival of the transporter, the driver informed the patients that he refused to drive the vehicle because of the poor state of the tires and the non-operational lights. Further notes that this is not the first time that the patients were let down by the patient transport service. On the 9th of November, patients also waited from 3 a.m. for their transport to Dr. Harry Surti Hospital in Uppington. The transporter arrived at midday because the vehicle needed new tires and a license disc. By the time the patients arrived in Uppington, they had missed their appointments and had to return to Springbok. They arrived back after 10 p.m. and some of them having no choice but to spend the night outside the hospital. Again notes that patients from the Richtersveld also wasted 800 Rand on transport to Springbok for what turned out to be a wasted trip. Notes with concern that the ongoing failure of the provincial government to fix ambulance services has led to patients being transported to the Carnarvon Hospital in a privately owned hearse. Further notes that some of the patients have life-threatening conditions. Amongst these are cancer patients in need of urgent treatment. Patients are denied health care because the Northern Cape Department's ongoing failure to maintain its vehicles and manage the transport service system. Lastly, urges the Minister of Health to intervene in the collapsing patient transport system in the Northern Cape as patients' rights to life, good health and human dignity are being violated. And for as long as the department neglects to fix this, they will have blood on their hands. I so move. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Christian. Any objection to the motion? None. There being no objection, the motion is agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to Honorable Mtetwa. Honorable Mtetwa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House Chair note with sadness the death of the policeman warrant. I'm sorry, Chair. Yes, Chair.
Yeah, please proceed, Honorable Mtetwa.
What's happening, Yambos?
Please speak
Yes, Chair.
closer to the mic, a bit slower, a bit louder. Thank you very much.
I hereby move, Chair, without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House commend the Directorate for the Priority Crime Investigation Hawks for arresting the 23-year-old man for possession of the commercial explosive on Tuesday, the 22nd of November, 2022. I note that this arrest is as a result of a tip-off from a law-abiding citizen who informed the law enforcement agents about a suspect who was in a possession of a commercial explosive. I reckon that the alleged suspect was traveling in a minibus taxi that was traveling to Durban when it was intercepted on the M41 on the suspect where he was arrested. I believe that the arrest has managed to try and prevent what would have been a destruction of life and property. I thank the law-abiding citizen for assisting the law enforcement agency into apprehending the suspect. Therefore, Chair, call upon South African citizens to continue to work with the law enforcement agents to make South Africa a safe place and applaud the Hawks for the job well done. I so move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtetwa. Any objection to the motion? No. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Ntube.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Council. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress that this August House notes with the greatest concern the reported number of students who could not write the examination in the two-day recent Cape Town taxi strike. That the failure of the Western Cape government to take precautionary measures of preventing this disruption despite the full knowledge of its potential harm to the students. Therefore, Honorable Chairperson, we call upon the Western Cape government to reassure communities of alternative arrangement to allow the children who could not write another chance without any further delay. I so move, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nsube. Any objection to the motion?
Object, but if the kids write in two, we can join
There
them.
being an objection, the motion may not be proceeded with and will become a notice of a motion. Honorable Mtsamai, Honorable Mtsamai,
I raise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters that council in the next sitting debate government policies when it comes to a bail and the danger of letting an accused person out on bail to roam around the street until his court proceeding. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtsamai. Any objection to the motion?
What is he saying?
There being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed
Chairperson.
to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution.
Chairperson.
Yes.
On a point of
On
order.
what point there is?
I rise on a point of order. The deputy chairperson of the council is out of order. There are a lot of things that
I didn't hear what he said.
herself is
What
not
is he
making sense when he's
What
chairing this
is he?
house. But we
Suka.
never howl her and tell her that she's not making sense.
Then when did I howl?
What
We want to
kind
know
of
what he's
attitude is that
And when did I
from a
say
leader
that
of the council? What type of attitude is that?
What is saying is that howling?
We're not in a Shabin here. This is not a Shabin, Honorable Lucas. We're in the house.
The day will come that you will
We're not in a Shabin here.
You must tell me what is your issues with me. You must tell me what
Thank you
is
very
your
much. Because that's not the point of order.
Because there is no order in that
That's
point. What
something
did
else
he
part
say?
of the
We didn't hear.
debate and so on. Inappropriate at an unfortunate time, I guess. Honorable members will now proceed to Honorable Nkosi.
I will do it on her behalf, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that the House knows with sadness the death of policeman warrant officer Thomas Shongwe, who was attached to the Presidential Protection Unit and was killed in a motor vehicle accident in Middelburg, Mpumalanga on Sunday, the 20th of November. Also note that he died in the line of duty in a vehicle that was part of a motorcade ferrying Deputy President David Mabuza when the accident happened. Recalls that the Deputy President's motorcade was traveling between Mpumalanga and Gauteng when one of the backup vehicles experienced tire burst, causing the vehicle to roll over. Understand that 3 members of the Presidential Protection Unit were in the vehicle and the other 2 sustained serious injuries and were transported to a nearby hospital for urgent medical attention. Encourages and support the investigation of the incident to determine the circumstances surrounding the cause of the accident. Our prayers and thoughts are with the families of the deceased and the injured during this difficult time, and convey our condolences to the Shongwe family, relatives, friends, and colleagues, and wish the injured police members a speedy recovery. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable China. Any objection to the motion? None. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. We'll proceed to the last motion from Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I hereby move without notice on behalf of the African National Congress that notes with the profound sadness and grief the brutal and senseless murder of Prince Mbongiseni Milton Muntu Kapiwana Zulu last week on Thursday in Nongoma in KwaZulu-Natal. Further notes that Prince Mbongiseni Milton Muntu Kapiwana Zulu, who was a permanent delegate in the NCOP, representing the KwaZulu-Natal province and Ingata Freedom Party in the 4th Parliament, played a key role in assisting King Mrs. Zulu to take over the Zulu throne after the passing of King Goodwill Zwelithini. Further note that Prince Zulu was a remarkable, kind-hearted, humble, and affable prince who carried himself with a profound humility
and consideration despite his social standing, and take this opportunity to convey its heartfelt condolences to the Zulu Royal House and the Zulu Nation, as well as the IFP, for their profound loss, and call on the Minister of Police to ensure that his killers are brought to book for the ruthless and horrid act. Ambakahle ndaba ezitha, wena wesilo, Mageba, may your kind soul rest in peace. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. Any objection to the motion? No, no objection. And there being no objection, the motion is therefore agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable members, we'll now move on to a motion on the order paper printed in the name of the Chief Whip. I now call upon the Chief Whip to table the motion.
Thank you, Chairperson. I move that the motion on the order paper be accepted by the House, which seeks to enable the House to consider the electoral amendment bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the motion be agreed to. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. And just to remind members, there's a maximum of 3 minutes allowed per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. That being the case, I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, the heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We shall do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Castle report.
Eastern Cape supports the report. Free State?
Free State votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Free State support the motion. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu-Natal?
KwaZulu-Natal iyayeseka.
KwaZulu-Natal supports. Limpopo?
Limpopo support the motion, Lord Chairperson.
Limpopo supports the motion. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga support.
Mpumalanga support the motion. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape support the motion, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports the motion. Northwest?
Northwest supports.
Northwest supports the motion. Western Cape?
Chair, I do apologize. I was knocked off the platform and I missed the first part of the declaration. Is there any opportunity to deliver that, Chair?
No, it's too late.
We can't. We are voting.
We'll proceed to the Western Cape.
No, Chair,
Cape.
we vote. Chair, we vote against.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
Chair, we vote against.
No, Western Cape is voting against. Thank you very much. Voting is closed. The results are as follows. 8 provinces voted in favor, 1 province against. I therefore declare the motion agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. We will proceed to the first, second, and third orders of the day. Honorable delegates, as I've already indicated, we now proceed to the first, second, and third orders. The first order is consideration of the report of Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings, hearing on protested petition held on the 4th of August 2022, as adopted on the 13th of October 2022. The second order, the consideration of the report of Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings made by the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment during the House sitting of the 9th of March 2021, as adopted on the 13th of October 2022. The third order, consideration of report of Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings, hearings of the Flag Bushielo petition held on the 9th of June 2022, and an inspection in loco to the community of Flag Bushielo West area in the Sekhukhune District Municipality, Limpopo Province, on the 26th of August 2022, as adopted on the 13th of August 2022. I will then move on and call on A.D. Malika, Honorable A.D. Malika, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings, to present the committee report. Honorable Malika.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings, having held a hearing on the said petition on the 4th of August 2022 and adopted on the 13th October 2022. The petitioner had alleged that the Dr. Nkosazana Zuma local municipality and Herikwala district municipality are facing water challenges due to poor planning and failure to maintain water infrastructure. It requested the NCOP to investigate the state of water infrastructure and inadequate performance by the officials in the municipality. The committee made the following observation and key findings in relation to the various submissions made by the subject matter of the petition. In noting the submission made by the petitioner, the Provincial Department of Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs and the Herikwala District Municipality in relation to the subject matter of the petition, that the issues raised in the petition have been resolved. The committee observed that the submissions made have been adequately implemented and therefore recommended that the petition be closed. The Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings tabled the report for consideration. The second report, Chairperson. The Select Committee, having requested the Honorable Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment to appear before and provide the progress report on the 6 executive undertakings made on the floor of the House during the sitting on the 9th of August 2021. The concerned executive undertakings were referred to the Select Committee on Petitions by the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces for it to scrutinize and subsequently report to the House on their implementation. After its referral, the committee proceeds to extend an invitation to the minister to appear before it and report to the progress report made by the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment in implementing the concerned executive undertaking, which falls under the respective portfolio. In noting the progress report made by the minister, the committee observed that the executive undertaking have been adequately implemented and therefore recommends that they be closed. The Select Committee on Petitions tabled the report for consideration. The last report, the Select Committee on Petitions and Executive Undertakings, having held a hearing on the Flag Bushielo petition on the 9th June 2022 and inspection in local to the community of Flag Bushielo West area on the 26th August 2022. Report as follows. The petition is requesting the NCOP to recommend the Limpopo Provincial Government Executive Council that it dissolve the municipal council of the Sekhukhune District Municipality and place it under administrations in terms of the section 1391C on the Constitution. Further, that the NCOP recommend that the administrators' first order of business be the provision of clean running water for the aforementioned community. The petitioner
alleged that the Sekhukhune District Municipality has failed to provide clean running water to the community of Flag Bushilo West area for the several years. And the community have approached the court on 5 separate occasions. The court orders have been granted in favor of the community, but the municipality has failed to comply with the court order. The community made the following observation and key findings. When water is supplied, it is only for an hour until the next time it is supplied, and this is not enough for the day-to-day needs of the community. In addition, water leaks from pipes, and the municipality apparently does not report these leakages for repair them. In some instances, the community does not get water for approximately 6 weeks because the trucks would have gone for servicing. The community stressed that the construction of the water treatment facility was supposed to be completed by December 2016. Now that it is complete after a considerable long period, capacity should surely no longer be an issue. Yet the community still does not have access to clean and sufficient water on a regular basis. The community alternate between street sections or blocks in terms of water supply. The community also stated that the municipality is not transparent with them, and they still receive water bills and are expected to pay these bills, which amount to roughly 4,000. The community does not have the money to pay such for the bills where they are not receiving the services. Subsequently to the inspection in local, the petitioners have further requested that the select committee recommend that the financial audit on the district municipality takes place. The Flag Bushilo community requests that the select committee recommends to the municipality funds be scrutinized. That the select committee recommends that the municipality commits funds to the installation of the fully functional pipes and taps. Chairperson, the committee made the following recommendations. The committee concluded that a time frame of 2 months be given within which the municipality should report back to the NCOP on a way forward to facilitate water supply to the 5 villages within the Sekhukhune District Municipality. This should be done by providing the NCOP with a progress report within 60 days of the tabling of the report. In the process leading to the 2 months period stipulated, the municipality is requested to provide the NCOP with a monthly progress report indicating the steps they have taken to facilitate water supply to the 5 villages within the Sekhukhune District Municipality. This should include the following: progress on engagement with the provincial executive stepping in and providing support to the municipalities, and progress on engagement with the Department of Water and Sanitation. Municipality is to improve its relationship and communication with the communities by, amongst others, hosting regular mayoral izimbizo and public meetings. The Select Committee on Petition Executive and Executive Undertaking tabled the report for consideration. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malika. We will therefore proceed to a declaration of votes on the first order. But before I proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make declarations in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Just a reminder again, strictly 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration?
Thank you, Chairperson.
Yes.
Okay. Honorable Chair, the petition concerned the Sekhukhune District Municipality's unresponsiveness to the water crisis in the Flag Bushilo West. The reasoning behind this community approaching the NCOP as a last resort to have access to water. The petition had gained over 7,000 signatures and was handed over to the Office of the Presidency in November 2021. but no response was received from either the Office of the Presidency or the Department of Water and Sanitation. The only response was from Minister Lindiwe Sisulu, who said, "I am sorry you didn't have water for a decade," and pledged 145 million for drought relief in Sekhukhune. In 2015, a groundbreaking court order should have secured potable water for the residents of 5 villages in Limpopo. However, it turned out that this order
Honorable
was
member, just a minute. It does seem as if you are making a declaration in terms of the third order. So we'll make you and request you to wait until your turn. So again, one more time, is there any province wishing to make a declaration in terms of the order under consideration? No. And that being the case, we shall then proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes, and that is, I call upon heads of delegation to do so. They must indicate whether they are voting in favor, against, or abstaining. We'll do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma.
Eastern Cape iyavuma. Free State.
Free State votes in favor of the report, Chairperson.
Free State vote in favor. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal iyayeseka.
KwaZulu Natal iyayeseka. Limpopo.
Limpopo iamogela raporoto.
Limpopo iyamogela reporto. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga vote in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape support. Northwest.
Northwest vote in favor, Chair.
Northwest vote in favor. Western Cape.
we support, Chair.
Support. Okay, thank you very much. Voting is closed. And the results are as follows. 9 provinces have voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We then move to the titulation of votes on the second order. Before we proceed to voting, I shall allow provinces again to an opportunity to make declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Again, a reminder, maximum 3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration on the second order? No, none. We'll therefore proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape iyavuma.
Eastern Cape is in favor. Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Chairperson.
Free State agrees. Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal iyayeseka
KwaZulu Natal supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga supports,
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape supports, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape supports. Northwest.
Northwest supports, Honorable Chair.
Northwest in favor. Western Cape.
Honorable Chair, this is Honorable Abiskahi. I'm sorry, I only joined the meeting now. I'm totally confused. I tried to get on when you said to Honorable Long that he was reading the wrong declaration, but where are we now? Because
We are on the voting, Chairperson, now. We're on the voting.
Point of order, BB,
It
yes.
will come later on.
Order, members, order.
On the voting now.
Honorable BB.
Point of order, Chairperson. No, Chairperson, I want you to remind members on the visual platform that they must switch on their videos. If they've got a problem, they must ask the presiding officer. Challenge.
Yes. Honorable Abuskakne, can you switch your video on?
my
And if
video is
not-
on, Chair.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah. Chairperson, the first order as I have it was the petition about the Brownsec petition. And the second order was Minister of Forestry.
Chairperson, point of order, Chair.
So there are three.
Point of
I can
order,
see that there's a
Chairperson.
bit of heckling and so on. Order, members. Honorable Abuskakne, can I also ask you and request that you speak to the issue? And the issue is the Western Cape in favor, against, or abstaining on the question?
What is the question, Chair?
That is the question,
Western
Chair.
Cape supports. I hope I heard that
No,
properly.
Chairperson, I asked you when I came on.
Supports.
I had a problem. I logged on later because I had a problem. Now I'm asking on which report am I going to vote? That's all I'm asking. Because I
Chairperson,
didn't learn the
Chair.
report.
Chairperson. On a point of order,
Yeah, what's the point of order?
Chairperson,
The chief hand is up, Chairperson. The chief whip
Chairperson, we might be wearing our uniform today as domestic workers, but we are not kitchen girls of the DA. We started this house at 2 o'clock. If ever there was anything that Honorable Labuskakne did not understand, her colleagues are there, they must brief her. So we need to proceed. We've got business to take care of in the council.
Okay. Point noted. Honorable members, the voting is now closed.
My hand is raised on the point of order, please.
The voting is
Chairperson.
gone as follows.
Honorable Chairperson,
9
I'm
provinces
rising on
have
a point of
voted in
order.
favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm
We
rising on a
now
point of
move on
order.
to the declaration of vote on the third order.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order, please.
There is no order, Honorable Oukamp. Allow the chairperson to preside. Allow the chairperson to preside.
My hand is up and I'm rising on a point of
Honorable
order.
members, can we have order, please?
Allow the chairperson to
Order.
Because you're not in the chair.
There's a member who wants to rise on a point of order. Can we
Don't
hear
come
the
late
member?
and be
Honorable Chairperson.
Don't come late and be impatient. I must not
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order.
I
Point
can't
of
hear
order,
the point of
Chairperson.
order.
Honorable Chairperson, may I please be recognized? Is Honorable Oukamp speaking?
Please speak. Let's
Thank you,
hear.
Honorable.
What's
Thank
your
you,
point of
Honorable
order,
Chairperson.
member?
Honorable Chairperson, I'm rising on a point of order that there are two members, Honorable Nsube as well as Honorable Lucas. None of those two people are in the chair, but they seem to try to tell you how to run this meeting.
It's not the point of
You are trying to do. There's no point of
Honorable
order.
Chairperson,
It's the same thing
may I
that
be
you are
Yes,
trying
protected,
to do.
please?
Allow the chairperson
We are
to
only
preside.
protecting the decorum of the house, Chair.
Unfortunately, that's not the
You
point
will
of
be
order.
protected.
We
Honorable
will
Chairperson, I was not
proceed.
even given the chance to
that is the
complete my
point of
point of
order.
order
We will,
because Honorable
proceed
Lucas
with
is
I'm not
members.
working for you, Mr.
Honorable
Oukamp. I'm
Lucas.
not working for you. Not in
Honorable
We're now
Lucas,
looking
please
at
I'm
the
trying to
Honorable
third
I'm
Chairperson.
trying to assist.
Honorable
I
Lucas,
never
maybe
tried
you
to
should
break
take a bite of KFC because your mouth is open too much now. Close it on a
I'm not
KFC.
working in your
Honorable
kitchen.
member,
I'm not working in
that's
your
not the
kitchen.
point of
Don't try me.
order.
Don't
We'll
try
Honorable
me.
proceed.
I'm
Chairperson,
not
you
working
have
in your
not
kitchen.
listened
Vas
to my
Vampi,
point of
don't
order.
start with
Before we
me.
proceed to
Don't start.
voting,
Honorable
I shall allow
Chairperson,
provinces an opportunity to make their
it's
declaration
a farce
of
what is
vote
going on
quiet,
here,
Mr.
Honorable
Oukamp.
Chairperson.
Keep quiet.
Rule
It's a
86
farce
if
what is
they
going
so
on here.
wish.
Honorable Lucas, behave
Maximum
yourself.
3 minutes per declaration. Any province wishing to make a declaration? No, none. We shall now proceed to voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to. I now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so again in alphabetical order, starting with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape.
Before we go there, can I just ask a question?
Eastern Cape, we have Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Chairperson.
Free State vote in favor, Gauteng.
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor, KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal yaweseka umbiko.
KwaZulu-Natal yayisuseka supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo votes in favor. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga vote in favor, Chairperson.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape votes in favor. Northwest.
Northwest vote in favor, Chair.
Northwest will vote in favor. Western Cape.
Western Cape supports.
Can we just repeat that, Honorable Labuskakne? Honorable Labuskakne, please
Yes,
speak
Chair,
again.
Yes, Chair, on point of order, this is a two-way communication. I ask you in the first point of order, at what order are we? Had a problem logging in.
Order, Chairperson. Order, Chair.
Everybody yelled at me as
We're
I was
on the
coming
third
down again.
order,
And
Honorable
now you didn't hear, but you
Labuskakne
had
is
the
out of
privilege to
order.
ask me. I voted yes.
Well, thank you very
There is
much.
order in this
Thank you
council,
very much.
Really.
Voting is now closed. 9 provinces out of 9 voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with section 65 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. We'll now proceed to the 4th order. Consideration of the report of Joint Standing Committee on the financial management of Parliament, on the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa, 2022/23, first quarter report dated 21st of October, 2022. I now call upon Honorable Khai, Joint Standing Committee, Chairperson of Joint Standing Committee on Management of Parliament, to present the committee report. Honorable Khai.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, in debating the first quarter report of the current financial year, we need to ground this debate on what the policy priorities are for Parliament linked to the strategic plan. A major part of ensuring that the policy priorities are achieved in this financial year to the move away from the current client satisfaction model of performance management, which is an extremely poor methodology in measuring performance. We need to assess key performance indicators that are shaped by the agreed key performance areas. The Secretary to Parliament has committed in this direction, and we welcome this. Given that the 2022-23 first quarter report does not provide information on performance in respect of any of Parliament's 5 strategic objectives. Therefore, our debate is about how we achieve the strategic orientation of Parliament and the progress made in this regard. For the NCOP, with its specific mandate, ours is to ensure that the administrative performance of Parliament is commensurate with achieving policy priorities. Parliament's performance management system has to be aligned to organizational strategies and the organizational review. Parliament has just completed a strategy review session earlier this month. That review looked at the relative successes, gaps and limitations of the 610 strategy. This review needs to inform our planning going forward and what needs to be achieved by the end of the 6th term. It means we have to be systematic and structured and not spontaneously jump from one matter to the next as if there is no plan. Planning in itself is insufficient. There is no shortage of plans, as we all have experienced through our oversight, but what we do have shortage of is project management, and this is where performance management needs to come in. Our parliament facilities management, the post-fire relocation of parliamentarians to the 6th floor of the 90 Plain Street building was completed in the first quarter of 2022-23 financial year. The NCOP was also declared safe for occupation, and the process of relocating stakeholders back to NCOP was ongoing in quarter 1. Our deep concern arising out of the January 2022 ASIN is the lapses in security that have taken place. Let us be clear, Parliament has got to produce its own report and analysis of the causes of the ASIN of January 2022. The fact that we do not have the report is a poor reflection. We know the Parliamentary Security Enhancement Project. The project charter has been approved and the extension of boundary fence has been initiated. On the human resources management of Parliament, the organizational realignment project, which entails the micro-analysis and design of business operating models, processes, and the positional structure to enable macro-functional design is noted. Draft job profiles have been designed to support the draft design proposals completed on parliamentary communication services, ICT, and financial management in progress, internal audit in progress, and member support services in progress. We welcome in this quarter the appointment of Secretary to Parliament, and they're particularly encouraged by the new leadership's intention to ensure that every aspect of the institution, including the performance management system, is geared towards achieving the 6th Parliament strategic objectives. We know that the administration will develop a blueprint and progressively implementing changes towards ensuring that Parliament's overall performance in respect of public participation, oversight, lawmaking, deepening international fora, and better intergovernmental relations was reflected in the performance management system. We are particularly pleased that the Parliament embarked on measuring and reporting on outcomes and impact instead of merely implementing process reporting. On the organizational realignment project, this is critical, and whilst we do not expect great progress in this quarter, in this quarter report, the forthcoming quarterly reports will need our attention. On parliamentary budget allocation, again, this is in this quarter, report will not reflect that progress. We now know has been achieved on the path of resolving some of the deep contradiction. In particular, what we now know is that the MTBPS has provided an allocation of 100 million rands to address the deterioration of the baseline of Parliament. Still well short of the 269 million requested, but it is progress, and thanks to the executive authority and the Secretary to Parliament in achieving this. This first quarter report does not reflect this since it has happened subsequently. On the Parliamentary Protection Services, we note that the appointment of the head Parliamentary Protection Service is a priority for Secretary to Parliament, and that the position will be filled early in 2023-2024 financial year, so as to ensure that a post fulfills the Parliament's need, as they will be identified through the reorganizations process. We welcome commitments made to fill critical vacancies as soon as possible in line with the realigned organizational structure. It recommends that the necessary work to fill these posts, specifically that of Chief Financial Officer, and head parliamentary protection services should be done with a sense of urgency. The committee has recommended that the executive authority should provide joint standing committee on financial management of parliament with a response to all the recommendations in this report within 30 days of the adoption of this report by the NA and the NCOP. The committee looks forward to being presented with a revised, improved performance management framework strategy. Regular updates on development in this regard should be included in each quarterly report. We know the Secretary to Parliament has systematically acquainted himself with the organization and the work that has gone into organizational realignment to date. The committee should receive quarterly updates on progress made in the process to complete the reorganization. The committee has consistently recommended that the relevant authorities negotiate and agree to a budget process that allows Parliament to be funded in a manner that recognizes its constitutional responsibilities as one of the three arms of state. Parliament's executive authority and Minister of Finance should brief the committee on the challenges experienced and the proposal for bringing the impasses or bridging the impasses. The committee recommends that every effort be made to ensure that Parliament Protection Service is equipped to execute its responsibility and collaborate with the South African Police Services to ensure that parliamentary precinct is kept secured. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khai. We'll now move on to the declaration of votes. I shall now allow province the opportunity to make their declaration of votes in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration? None. We'll therefore proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to. And now call upon provinces to cast their votes. And when called upon to do so, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. We'll start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape?
Eastern Cape iyavuma, Chair.
Eastern Cape iyavuma. In favor. Free State?
State votes in favor of the report, Chairperson.
Free State votes in favor. Gauteng?
Gauteng in favor, Chairperson.
Gauteng in favor. KwaZulu Natal?
KwaZulu Natal iyaweseka umbiko.
KwaZulu Natal supports. Limpopo?
Limpopo vote in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo agrees. Mpumalanga?
Mpumalanga vote in favor.
Mpumalanga votes in favor. Northern Cape?
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape in favor. Northwest?
Northwest vote in favor, Chair.
Northwest vote in favor. Western Cape?
Western Cape vote in favor.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that.
The Western Cape votes in favor.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Labuskaghne. Votes in favor. Voting is now closed. 9 provinces out of 9 voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We now proceed to the 5th order. Consideration of a report of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy. Oversight visit to the Free State dated the 8th of November, 2022. We will follow the speakers list. And the first person to speak is the Honorable Tisi Mudise. I know that she's now been replaced by Honorable Nzube on the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources, and Energy. So I call upon Honorable Nzube to speak. Honorable Nzube.
No, thanks, Honorable Chairperson of the Council. a deputy chairperson, and the chief whip. A delegation of the Select Committee on Land Reform, Environment, Mineral Resources and Energy, having conducted a fact-finding visit to the Jagersfontein disaster site in the Free State from the 19th to 21st of September 2022, reports as follows. The committee has prioritized oversight over the Jagersfontein mine dam collapse due to the magnitude of the event and the impactful that it will have on the committee's oversight role in the near future. The communities surrounding the dam have been traumatized and their lives severely affected. While the environmental damage caused by the incident cannot be measured at the present, but it is likely to be the significant and lasting. While there is a risk of appearing to seek an instant explanation for the cause of the tragedy and assign blame, this is not the intention of the committee during this oversight. There has been an initial report received that the risk of dam collapse was potentially known to numerous role players, but it is simply too early to determine what level of understanding of the potential risk of the dam collapse was known to the provincial entities, the Department of Mineral Resources, and the mine owners. The oversight focuses on the committee include both of the portfolios of environmental affairs and mineral resources. The events that have unfolded at the Jagersfontein has significant impact to both those oversight focus areas of the committee. During the most recent strategic planning exercise, the committee reaffirmed its focus on the oversight theme, negative impacts of mining and efficiency of the one environmental system. This tragic event unfortunately feeds directly into the oversight theme, as the environmental impact of this event will be severe, and the committee would want to start the process of determining what oversight lapses may have occurred to allow the threat of dam collapse to go unnoticed. The committee therefore wishes first and foremost to convey their heartfelt condolences to the affected communities. It further wishes to establish a channel of communication with local government, provincial offices of the DMRE and DFFE, as well as the national offices of departments in question, in order to continue gathering information regarding the factors that ultimately played a role in the disaster. Lastly, the committee wishes to get first impression of the scale of the environmental impact that unfolded, as well as to continue oversight over the environmental impacts of the event as this become evident. The delegation consisted of the following members of parliament. Memudiso is the chairperson, Ntate Nyambi, Mengwenya, Mebibi, Mela Uskachne, Mr. Arnold, Mr. De Bruin, and parliamentary staff, and so forth. The days following the collapse of the dam wall contained a significant amount of press articles creating a degree of uncertainty. Some stating that there have been warnings about the state of the wall, questioning the ownership of the facility, alluding to the potential environmental risk of the chemicals in the tailings sludge that was released. Also, as a result of a damaged sewage infrastructure in Jagersfontein. The committee oversees the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, as well as Department of Forest, Fisheries and Environment. The uncertainty around the scale of the spills, as well as the ownership, activity and the regulation of the property by the DMRE, was considered to be an impediment towards performing efficient oversight over the committee's portfolio. The concurrent competency of the DFFE is a key focal point of the committee, although impacts on agriculture also concurrent competency, and the roles and the responsibility of DMRE are not relegated. The committee fact-finding visit is considered to be a prelude to in-depth oversight over the two departments that are involved, as well as to begin to formulate a better understanding of the departmental policies that direct the departments. Inconsistencies or gaps in the policies could hopefully be identified and focused on during in-depth oversight. On day one, we received a brief presentation by the DFFE, which highlighted responsibilities and immediate action following the disaster. The following was highlighted: a comprehensive set of water samples were taken immediately post-spill event. The DFFE specialist capabilities provided, interpreted pre-spill data, develop an immediate containment response plan, the direct manner in which immediate containment is undertaken, formulate medium to long-term rehabilitation of the system, use specialist network at the Free State University to provide resources in relation to the sampling, quick turnaround time, as well as technical advice. Support was also provided to the Free State Environmental Department with immediate instruction to proceed with activities in response to the incident issued by DFFE is collaborating with the Joint Operations Committee led by the Harib District Municipality. The actions of the DFFE complement directives that were issued by the Department of Water and Affairs Sanitation related to a containment directive that may still be issued. The Jagersfontein disaster meets the definition of incident as defined in the NEMA and the results. And as a result, DFFE and the STIA advised Jagersfontein development of 25 September 2022 deadline for the submission of the report required. The NEMA and EII regulation normally requires that the environmental impact assessment to be followed and environmental authorization be issued for the identified activities, which would ordinarily include activities involved in responding to this type of incident. The department has issued a S30A directive enabling these activities to proceed without a requirement. Chairperson, specifically the S30A issued by the STIA, support from the STIA, enable the following actions to take place immediately: containment of pollution, cleaning of polluted areas, structural and civil works on or development of new roads, bridges, substations, sewage treatment works, power lines, houses, and other infrastructure. On the most pressing response required was sampling the mine slurry released after the dam collapse in order to ascertain what environmental risk this spills poses. The following actions were initiated: 2 sampling campaigns undertaken by the 13th of September. The samples were processed as follows: samples taken to the SAPS Forensic Science Laboratory as it might be used later on, but SAPS also assisting to determine the constituents post-spill. Another set collected on the 19th of September 2022, taken to the University of Free State in order to receive the sample analysis results in a quicker turnaround time. In order to develop a rapid safety response, the following actions were implemented, Chairperson. The three reports were submitted by Jagersfontein Development Ltd, outlining the chemical composition of the tailings slurry pre-spill. 2 occupational hygienist reports were submitted. The pre-spill waste was classified as the type 3 chemicals, which can safely be disposed to category C landfill. The clean-up process was effected and further testing will be undertaken. The department advised on the type of personal protective equipment that will be required for the government official participating in the search and the rescue, as well as the clean-up process.
As you conclude, Honorable Member.
Chairperson.
As you move towards closing.
Okay, Chair. Okay.
As you conclude your remarks.
It's a quite long report, Chair. Let me just get to the conclusion. But at least that members would have the benefit of the report because it has been sent to all of us, Chairperson. In short, Chairperson, we are requesting the council to consider this report, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll now move on to the declaration of votes. But before we do so, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make the declaration of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province wishing to make a declaration?
Yes, Chair.
None.
Yeah.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. The only declaration that I would like to do is that the select committee on this, who attended or did this oversight, should continue in implementing the recommendations. It's a pity that it couldn't be read, but there are recommendations on the fact that the department was very did not dispute the findings of the court, although they said that it was a strange finding. And given the fact that the findings of that court case might have a big influence on the rest of the provinces, we strongly agree that we have to follow up on the recommendation on that, as well as to have a look again at the one environmental system, as in collaboration with the Department of Water and Sanitation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Labuschagne. We will then proceed to voting on the question, but before we do so, let me just indicate that the question is that the report be agreed to. Now call upon the provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegation should indicate where they vote in favor, against, or abstain. We'll do so in alphabetical order. Let's start with the Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape, we have Uma, Free State.
Free State votes in favor of the report, Chairperson.
Free State agrees, Gauteng.
Gauteng support.
Gauteng support. KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal iyaweseka umbiko sihlalo.
Supports. Limpopo.
Limpopo support, Honorable Chairperson.
Limpopo supports. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga support.
Mpumalanga supports. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape support, Honorable Chairperson.
Northern Cape support. Northwest.
Northwest supports, Chair.
Northwest supports. Western Cape.
Western Cape support.
Western Cape supports. Thank you very much. Voting is now closed. The results are as follows. 9 out of 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. We'll now look at the 6th order. And as we do so, I'll ask, okay, all right, let me not make my comment, but we'll move on. We'll look at the 6th order, consideration of the Electoral Amendment Bill, B1B-2022, National Assembly Section 75, and report of Select Committee on Security and Justice thereon, announcement tablings and committee reports, 25 November 2022, page 7. We will follow the speaker's list. I now call on Honorable Shaik, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Security and Justice, to present the committee report. Honorable Shaik.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and greetings to all honorable members. The Electoral Amendment Bill B1B-2022, National Assembly Section 75, was referred to the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the 20th of October 2022. The committee has agreed to the bill with proposed amendments. Honorable Chairperson, in the matter of the New Nation Movement and others versus the President of the Republic of South Africa and others, the Constitutional Court on the 11th of June 2020 declared the Electoral Act 1998, number 73 of 1998, to be unconstitutional to the extent that it requires that adult citizens may be elected to the National Assembly and provincial legislatures only through their membership of political parties. The New Nation movement challenged the constitutionality of some sections of the Electoral Act, in particular Section 57 and Schedule 1A. Section 57 and Schedule 1A limits participation in national and provincial elections to political parties through proportional representation. Put differently, as it stands, the Electoral Act unjustifiably limits individuals not belonging to a political party the right to stand for public office and, if elected, hold office. This right is conferred by Section 19, subsection 3B of the Constitution. For this reason, the Constitutional Court ruled that Section 57 of the Electoral Act is unconstitutional. This implies that provision must be made for individuals or independent candidates to stand for elections in the National Assembly and provincial legislatures. Further, in paragraph 15 of the court judgment, the following was said in respect of Parliament's role, and I quote, "Before I proceed to deal with the interpretive exercise, let me mention that a lot was said about which electoral system is better, which electoral system better affords the electorate accountability, etc. That is territory this judgment will not venture into. The pros and cons of this or the other system are best left to Parliament, which in terms of Section 46(1)(a) and 105(1)(a) of the Constitution has the mandate to prescribe an electoral system. The court's concern is whether the chosen system is compliant with the Constitution," close quotes. This declaration of unconstitutionality was held to be prospective from the 11th of June 2020, but its operation was suspended for 24 months to allow Parliament to remedy the defect in the Act that gave rise to the unconstitutionality. This defect was meant to be corrected by the 10th of June 2022 and was extended to the 10th of December 2022 as a result of Parliament's application for this extension. The Electoral Amendment Bill, as introduced, aims to address this defect in the Electoral Act. In the main, the bill expands the Act to include independent candidates to contestants to elections in the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures. Honorable Chair, the bill was advertised in 9 official languages from the 24th of October to the 9th of November 2022 and on 7 SABC radio stations. The committee received 24 submissions from various individuals and organizations. In processing the bill, the committee received briefings by the Department of Home Affairs on the bill, the IEC on the seat formula calculations, the content advisor on written submissions to the bill, and a briefing by the parliamentary legal advisor on the tagging of the bill. The Department of Home Affairs and the Independent Electoral Commission responded to the written submissions on the bill. The committee deliberated on and agreed on proposed amendments to the bill and had further deliberations on proposed amendments. On the 25th of November 2022, the committee deliberated and adopted the proposed amendments, went through the proposed amendments on a clause-by-clause basis, and adopted the committee report on the bill. Honorable Chair, in terms of the proposed amendments, the inclusion of amendments to clause 3 and 6 serve to address the disparity between party candidates and independent candidates, where the revised bill only required independent candidates to produce signatures supporting their candidature, totaling 20% of the quota for a seat in the previous comparable election. The proposed amendments intend to provide that parties who are registered but not represented in the National Assembly or provincial legislature will have to produce the same amount of signatures. Furthermore, once the independent candidates and registered parties are represented in the National Assembly or provincial legislatures, they would be exempt from this requirement. Clause 21 proposes amendments to Schedule 1A of the revised bill, which includes an amendment removing most votes and substituting this phrase with the phrase highest proportion of votes, an amendment in order to rectify the forfeiture calculation, as the revised bill incorrectly excludes those independent candidates who have gained 1 seat from the calculation, an amendment to the calculation formula that will apply when an independent candidate must make a choice between either the provincial legislature or the National Assembly. deletions to certain phrases that are redundant and errors that appear in the revised bill, and an inclusion of a new paragraph, which is required in order to do a reverse forfeiture calculation which is essential to protect seats midterm should a vacancy arise. A new clause was introduced to the bill concerning broader electoral reform as point 24 in the bill. This clause will not have a place of permanency in the Principal Act and will remain in the Amendment Act. The clause authorizes the minister to establish the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel. The functions of the panel are to independently investigate, consult on, report on, and make recommendations in respect of potential reforms of the electoral system for the election of members of the National Assembly and provincial legislatures in respect of the elections to be held after the 2024 elections. The clause further sets out in detail the establishment, roles, and functions of the panel. The functions of the panel are to independently investigate, consult on, report on, and make non-binding recommendations in respect of potential reforms of the electoral system with regard to the elections to be held after the 2024 elections. In order to establish and constitute the panel, the minister will call on the public and any interested parties to nominate fit and proper South African citizens who have the necessary skills, expertise, experience, knowledge, or academic qualifications in the administration and running of elections or constitutional law or electoral systems, etc. The panel must, within 12 months of the date of the 2024 elections, submit a report to the minister on the probable options for electoral reform. And once the minister receives the report, the minister must, within 30 days, table the report in Parliament for its consideration. Honourable Chairperson, the committee, having taken into account the input of the public, proposed amendments in the bill which will serve to equalize and create parity in relation to the signature requirement for independent candidates and political parties. The proposed amendments to Schedule 1A also further enhances the bill. Further, the inclusion of a clause which sets out the establishment and functioning of an electoral reform consultation panel goes a long way in addressing the concerns raised in submissions, which requested the need for broader electoral reform. This panel, once established, will receive the views and opinions of all relevant stakeholders in the formulation of such reform post the 2024 elections. In conclusion, the proposed amendments have served to enhance and strengthen the bill and will go a long way in ensuring a free and fair election by including independent candidates in the 2024 elections. Honourable Chairperson, the Select Committee on Security and Justice, having considered the Electoral Amendment Bill, B1B 2022, referred to it and classified by the JTM as a Section 75 bill, reports the bill with proposed amendments for the National Council of Provinces consideration. I thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shaik. And that takes us to declaration of votes. But before we proceed to voting, I shall now allow political parties an opportunity to make their declaration of vote in terms of Rule 78, if they so wish. Any declaration from any political party? No, none. Thank you very much.
The platform, Chair. Honorable Chair.
Yes, Detroit, yes. Please proceed.
Agbare voorsitter, die voorgestelde gewysigde kieswet het ten doel om 'n stem aan die onafhanklike kandidaat te gee wat geen tuiste by enige politieke party kon vind nie. The Electoral Amendment Bill seek to, among others, to provide for the nomination of independent candidates to contest in elections in the National Assembly or provincial legislatures. We acknowledge the participation of independent candidates in the proposed bill, since we support free and fair elections where equal playing ground must exist between independent candidates and political parties that compete in elections. Independent candidates that wish to contest in the 2024 elections might be a proverbial knight in shining armor, someone with sober intentions, but only a lone warrior in the war against the masses, a soldier that has no one to account to. This individual could be elected. It might be possible, But remember that once elected, he or she could decide to trade the noble steed for a seat on the gravy train for the remainder of the 5-year term, and no one can strip him or her of the rank or position for their betrayal. A possible sellout that can't be unmounted. In South Africa, the advancement of the constitutional democracy is very important, Chair. Therefore, no eligible voter may be excluded from voting for the candidate of their choice, hence the proposed changes to the electoral bill. It's a fact that some feel that the public participation process is flawed and that more could have been done. Changing a voting system is no frivolous matter, Chair. It's not something that must be rushed. Proper consultation, planning, and evaluation must precede such a bill. The future of a country could be determined by it and will be determined by it. Gevestigde politieke partye soos die VF+ is beginsel vas, voorsitter. Ons het verteenwoordiging op al 3 vlakke van regering om ondersteunend tot kollegas te wees, probleme aan te spreek, het sy dit op munisipale, provinsiale of nasionale vlak is. In the current proportional electoral system, no votes goes to waste. Trek jou kruisie waar jou vertroue lê en maak net seker dat daar 'n verantwoordbaarheid is by die een wat jou stem kry. Die Vryheidsfront Plus ondersteun nie hierdie voorgestelde gewysigde kieswet nie, voorsitter. Dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Twitch.
Chairperson,
Yes.
the economic freedom fighters as well would like to make a declaration. It's Honorable Dlamini.
Listen, my hand was up before.
So what do we do now? Let's start with Lamin and then Christian.
Thank you, Chair.
And then Dodov.
And Honorable Visser.
Lamin, please proceed.
And not Christians, Visser.
Yes. Thank you, Chair. The Economic Freedom Fighters supports the Electoral Amendment Bill as tabled here today. This bill is what we have produced and is consistent with the Constitutional Court ruling and provides an equal platform for all those who seek to contest elections to do so in a transparent and open platform. The bill is therefore correct and legitimate in stating that the minimum requirements of entry for political parties must be the same as that of so-called independent candidates. The independent candidates must also pay the same amount of deposit fees paid by political parties. The deposit must not be refundable, as the inclusion of independent candidates will come with costs and people who wish to stand should not be taking chances. Those who contest as individual independent candidates and get higher votes than is required to get a seat in parliament must forfeit the remaining votes because they would have been given a clear and equal opportunity and option to contest as a political party. We strongly discourage by-elections to replace independent candidates who either die or resign from parliament or legislature, because if such is permitted, the country will permanently be in state of by-elections. We also once again reject the white supremacist organizations which try to subvert the South African's democratic law-making processes. For there is no way in South Africa's constitution where it states that parliament must take instructions and advice from George Soros and the Oppenheimers. Chairperson, the EFF supports the adoption of the Electoral Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure now whether it was Boshoff or Christian who wanted to speak.
Visser.
Boshoff?
It was Visser.
Honorable Chair.
Sorry.
Not Boshoff.
Okay, Visser.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry.
From Christians to Boshoff to whatever. Karin Visser will lead my declaration now. Honorable Chair, the Constitutional Court gave Parliament 2 years to deal with one of the most important bills in recent histories, the Electoral Amendment Bill. In March 2022, the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs embarked in a largely flawed public consultation process in all 9 provinces. Upon completion, the NCOP was expected to rush through this important bill in less than 1 month. The ANC acknowledged that public participation is a cornerstone of our democracy. However, they cited the importance of the imminent deadline for only accepting written submissions without any oral submissions or public meetings to solicit the input of the public. The DA raised concerns about the disregard of civic pleas for proper public participation in terms of proper electoral reform, allowing South Africans and civil society to adequately participate in the process to allow for a free, fair and justified electoral system. Concerns about independent candidates should also be allowed to stand in one region on the basis that some affiliated MPs' rights to stand anywhere are already limited, and this is not an unreasonable restriction of rights. It is only fair and justifiable. The DA was informed of an email being sent to the committee by Mr. Michael Atkinson with alleged information that the IEC misled the committee. The email was not circulated to the members. The DA is also concerned that the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel is to be appointed by the minister, serve on instruction of the minister, and they report to the minister rather than Parliament. The DA states on record a possible embarrassment to the institution of Parliament should this bill eventually be challenged before the Constitutional Court. The DA do not support this bill. Thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, Honorable China Dodovo.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The ANC supports the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the Electoral Amendment Bill. As we know now, the object of the bill is to effect the Order of the Concord in the case of the new nations to amend the Electoral Act to make provision for independent candidates to participate in both national and provincial elections. As the ANC, we supported the minimalist option taken by the executive, given the need to effect the court order within the stipulated deadline. Also, that the time period available for Parliament may not be sufficient for the complete reform of our electoral system. The ANC appreciates that the bill provides equality and parity on the requirement for the registration of both the independent candidates and the new political parties intending to contest elections. The intention is to ensure that this requirement is fair to any independent candidate and the new political party registering to participate in elections. The ANC also support the provision for the formula for determining the seat allocation that is in line with the spirit and letter of the court judgment. The bill also makes a provision that allows the independent candidate to contest in more than one region. And as the ANC, we support that. As the ANC, we equally support fully the provision in the bill for the establishment of the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel that will lead the process of the reform of our electoral system. The panel will be composed of men and women of our country who possess the necessary skills and expertise on matters relating to the Constitution and elections. And as I stated from the beginning, Honorable Chair, the ANC support the report of the Select Committee on Security and Justice on the Electoral Amendment Bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will then proceed to 15 seconds to allow delegates who are outside of the system to come in. 15 seconds starts now. It seems okay. Thank you very much. We'll proceed to the question. The question is that the bill be with proposed amendment be agreed to. That the bill with proposed amendments be agreed to. The delegates who vote in favor should please raise their hands. Those who are voting in favor, please raise your hands. Please keep your hands up. Sure the table is ready. Yes. Can we ask the table to lower the hands? Okay, done. Thank you very much. Let's go to those who are voting against. Please raise your hands and keep them up. Please keep your hands up. I'm sure those hands can now be lowered. Please keep them up for a second, just for a second. Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Let's move on to those who are abstaining. Those who are abstaining. Okay. The results are as follows. Having closed the voting, the result are as follows: 29 in favor, 13 against, and 0 abstentions. So it's 29, 13, 0. So the period proposed amendment is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. Thank you very much. I will now, at this point, ask Honorable Ngwenya to come forward. Okay. Ngwenya, please come forward. And as we take the chair,
Kuba, DM, Kuba.
Thanks very much, honorable members. Siyakuba. Honorable members, now we'll pronounce the 7th order consideration report of ad hoc joint committee on flood distance relief and recovery, date 17 November 2022, announcement tabling and committee report for the 17th November 2022. I would like now to call Honorable AJ Nyambi, co-chairperson of the ad hoc joint committee on flood distance refill and recovery, to open the debate. Honorable Nyambi.
Yes. House Chairperson, Mengwenya, Chairperson of the NCOP, Ntate Masondo, Deputy Chair, Mayor Lucas, Chief Whip, Ntate Mohai, Special Delegates, honorable members, and fellow members. I stand before you today to affirm that the decision taken to constitute the ad hoc joint committee on flood, disaster, relief, and recovery was one of the best decisions to have ever come out of this house and indeed Parliament. If ever there was one element of our work that needed heightening at the time when we were visited by the most devastating disasters in our living years, it was oversight, and we duly responded accordingly. It is worth reminding this House that the work of the committee was triggered by the floods which battered 3 of our provinces in April and May of this year, 2022. Though there were differences in severities, with KwaZulu-Natal being the hardest hit, the committee set out to pay equal attention to all provinces affected. Revisit to KZN was thus occasioned by nothing else except the sheer volume of work that needed processing. As a committee, we're of the view that human cost of any disaster cannot be confined to numerical data, which by its nature may not successfully account for human suffering. Hardship remains a scourge where 2 people are involved instead of 10. This weaves neatly into the ANC mantra that better life should be for all people, not just a majority. We care about that one family in the outermost part of the country that is without any street name, as we do about families who lives behind high security walls. What followed, Chairperson, was a long and winding road that kicked off with the much vaunted 1 billion rand, which became a source of frustration and confusion to many within the implementation ecosystem. An idea was created that the amount was meant as a response to the exclusive needs of only KZN, whereas the reality was that it was meant as a national response to the flood disaster. We had to peel through layers of technical speak, such as metrics, to enhance a proper understanding of the process, which provinces and municipalities needed to follow in order to unlock funds for relief projects, House Chairperson. This was not an easy process, as we at one stage had our daggers out for the ministers of finance and the acting minister of finance at some point. We learned valuable lessons as we picked up that even the most complex of problems could easily be solved when parties open themselves up for dialogue and engagement. We find each other when we could so easily veered off the course, thus plunging the hopes of our people into further despair in our wake. House Chairperson, as one administrator in my office, Mr. Mabaso puts it, it was practically had to leave off our suitcases in a quest to sift fact from fiction and also to ensure that the bureaucratic red tape give way to swift implementation of much needed interventions. First off the starting blocks was KwaZulu-Natal, where devastation stared back at us with the stubbornness of a wolf, which has just drawn blood from its prey. House Chairperson, we experienced the loss of properties, life and limb at the scale that we could not have anticipated from a natural and common phenomenon such as rain, which morphed into a monster. We witnessed the displacement and of hundreds of people, most of whom escaped with just a bag full of little that they could scrape together. We came face to face with the degrading realities of men and women who had to share closed spaces which each other and the adverse condition under which school-going children had to keep their dreams of a better future alive. We still share in the pain and the despondency of families who have some of their loved ones missing and understand that they can attain closure once they remain will have been retrieved and properly buried. We have decried the lack of sufficient psychosocial support and are making specific recommendations in the report to address such areas as we feel are pertinent in restoring the dignity of our people. House Chairperson, in the midst of all that, we also touch base with the bountiful reserve of human kindness as different non-profit organizations open their hearts and purses to ensure that displacement did not adequate to hunger and disease. However, House Chairperson, we also noted a glaring lack of coordination between NPOs and government departments who seem to be singing from different hymn books for the same audience. And that was very worrying, House Chairperson. Though we appreciated the kindness and patriotism of these organizations, we acknowledge that even they could only do so much with the bulk of what needed to be done, reverting to the executive authorities of the different departments. House Chairperson, this is where the real job began for us, as you had to ensure that there was oversight on commitments made by ministers, premiers, and executive mayors to provide relief as well as assist affected communities to rebuild their lives. We proceeded to Eastern Cape, where we were also in agreement that there needed to be agency in dealing with the aftermath of floods in order to avoid a pile of cases. Unattended instances of destruction often lead to older cases being punted as new disaster worthy of such classification, and any differing view only serve to alienate our people who will rightfully point out that they had waited for so long to benefit from government interventions. Northwest Province, especially in Delpan, was another eyesore, with houses still very much submerged in water when we arrived, House Chairperson. Road infrastructure, like in the other two provinces, has also been severely damaged, and we also agreed that work needed to start in earnest to alleviate the condition under which most of our people had been thrust. Electricity and water supply, as well as communication, had been interrupted, and it was unimaginable, honorable members, how communities will set to rebuild their lives in the absence of urgent government interventions. One must say that even though the committee was received with skepticism at its inception, that soon fell off as we clearly indicated that our attitude was not that of us and them, or big sisters and brothers attitude. We understand that in keeping with the doctrine of separation of powers, ours is a different mandate to that of the executive, but on the main, we are just a different side of the same coin. At least that's how our people look at us, and they clearly make no such distinction between the legislature and the executive. When a minister comes to visit, for them, it is the same when a committee hits their shores. All they see is government. It is for that reason that we have always emphasized that ours is not a fault-finding mission, but an exercise yet in improving the commitments of the executive to their undertakings. As indicated earlier, the efforts of the floods in KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest cannot be eliminated in one fell swoop. Consistent action will be required with the resettlement of people who are still cooped in the Mountain View Community Hall being a priority in KwaZulu-Natal. The commitment by the provincial government to have decanted them by the end of October has not materialized, and we view it as a serious affront to our hard-fought democracy. House Chairperson, we are also counting on portfolio and select committees to whom we have bequeathed the responsibility of following up on all the areas that we have identified. We will have wished to stay on a little while longer, but it is in the nature of other committees that they had to perform their work with specific timeframes and refer those areas of their work that they could not conclude. House Chairperson, we leave this stage with a sense of satisfaction that at least we have been able to set the groundwork for future interventions and can only hope that future endeavors will receive the kind of support that had been offered to us over the lifespan of the ad hoc joint committee. Talking about the lifespan of the ad hoc committee, I also wish to submit to this August House Chairperson a proposal that it be extended until the end of the financial year in order for us to safeguard the gains that have been made so far. This is not in any way a contradiction or negation of referral we made to various committees. It is in fact an act aimed at strengthening oversight as a bulwark to safeguard the interest of our people we represent in this August House. Lastly, House Chairperson, I wish to thank the Chairperson of the Council for having entrusted me with such a mammoth responsibility, for having afforded me the requisite support. I also wish to thank the Secretary of the NCOP, Advocate Pindela. I thank the political administration under the watchful eye of Mr. Godfrey Mokate, who ensured that I had a tangible human support during this order's journey as it created the much needed link between me and the office in order to keep the operations going. I thank my staff in the office for keeping the home fires burning and for every other support they accorded me. To Honorable Cedric Frolik, who served as my co-chair, I have nothing but high praise for the professionalism and companionship in a journey that often regaled others. We have shattered by revelations of 17 members of one family who had only a shack to call home. We were also battered by revelations of how much it costs government to erect temporary residential unit, but our recommendations in the report, House Chairperson, are very clear. To the rest of the members of the committee, I want to say thank you for your attention to detail and for engaging as vociferous as you often did. You asked difficult questions. You asked insightful questions, but your suggestions and recommendations were also a class act. Bravo to that. I also thank the executive authority in the form of ministers, premiers, and executive mayors for the manner in which they prepared for their engagement with us. Together, we can turn the situation around for the benefit of our people, and we could also rely on you to up commitments that you made, as anything short of that will be a serious abrogation of duty. House Chairperson, I so table the report and recommend that this House adopt it. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Nyambi, House Chairperson.
Yeah, well.
Honorable members, Siyakuba. I would like now to recognize Honorable M.R. Paha, DA.
Masbulele, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, honorable members and fellow South Africans, good day. The year 2022 has been devastating for thousands of South Africans living within flood-prone areas. Between 11 to 13 April 2022, parts of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape and Northwest provinces experienced severe flooding and landslides caused by heavy rainfall. The floods were catastrophic, with over 300 milliliters of rainfall experienced within a 24-hour period. Rushing flood water collapsed river banks and hillsides. Residents' homes were completely washed away with all their belongings. The pouring rain and sweeping floods came at night when many were sleeping, making the event even more deadly. 442 people were killed, including 57 school children. Over 40,000 were displaced and over 12,000 homes were destroyed by the floods. Infrastructure, including roads, health centers were also damaged. More than 600 schools have been affected, with 124 being seriously damaged and 101 completely inaccessible, and more than 320,000 pupils affected. This has created a humanitarian crisis, and government declared a national state of disaster. In response to the disaster, the government began coordinating the provision of humanitarian assistance to those most affected and set up temporary accommodation sites for families that had been displaced by the disaster. The impact of the disaster was most severe in areas with informal settlements that were built close to rivers, as well as rural areas, steep hillside, with little or no infrastructure to protect them from the consequences of extreme weather conditions. The main objective of the ad hoc committee on floods was mainly to engage the relevant government departments and entities to assess the overall impact of the damage, responses and relief measures provided to individuals or communities that were negatively affected by the floods. Fundamental to this was to supervise the response and implementation of the relief measures by the government. The ad hoc committee went on to visit the three provinces, namely Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and the Northwest. However, it was crucial to note that KwaZulu-Natal is the one province that was severely hit. Damages encountered in KwaZulu-Natal stretched from bridges being swept away, homes and infrastructure shattered, families disorientated, and lives lost. In the Eastern Cape, specifically in the Port St. John's local municipality, there were 7 fatalities reported. There are homes that were destroyed and infrastructure that required immediate attention. The Northwest province was the least affected with 0 fatalities, but with damages in some parts of the Deelpan village in Tswaying municipality. KwaZulu-Natal still faces a massive task to rebuild after April floods. The Auditor General has reported that the KZN Human Settlements Department has spent only a fraction of the money allocated to it to deal with temporary relocation of provinces' residents who were displaced by floods. Of the 342 million conditional grant and disaster relief grants set aside for temporary residential units, KZN has spent less than 10% of the funds. The Auditor General apportioned the failure to deliver as per allocated budgets and demand to lack of capacity and inadequate project management. The AG also pointed out that government's response was too slow. Government's ability to respond to disaster was inadequate. And at this particular time, that's something that we don't need as people are looking at us to come with means and ways of assisting them. In the eThekwini Metro in particular, which was the most affected with unprecedented destruction of infrastructure and homes, the Auditor General found that there were delays experienced in the supply of water, such as not receiving for at least 1 day and not receiving for more than 3 days, as confirmed by 83% and 57% of affected communities, respectively. Poor coordination of integration between the city, KZN, COGTA, and national departments of water and sanitation, leading to resources not being used effectively. And that's something that we cannot afford, where resources are not used adequately to address people who are in problems. Poor condition of tankers with leakages from tanker hoses and defects on 3 water tankers. Abuse of emergency services as reason for not following adequate process, with no progress after similar pricing challenges identified during COVID-19 audits and higher prices paid compared to other spheres of government, such as national water and sanitation. This reminds me of the fact that if you look at the housing, the price of a unit in the Northwest is far higher. It comes to close to 100,000 rands per unit when you compare it with what is happening in other provinces, namely KZN and the Eastern Cape. The country is in a state of disaster. More than 400 lives lost, families displaced, bridges have collapsed, and schools destroyed. But there are still people with despicable, wicked intentions to loot in respect of procurement. And that's something that needs to be dealt with immediate effect. Because when people are in trouble like they were during the floods, you can't afford to have people who are lining up their pockets at the expense of assisting communities that are really in need. As for the Eastern Cape, the situation was worsened by a messy coordination between municipalities and the provincial departments, which led to close to nothing being done to recover and provide relief to affected families. It is essential that the problem of water and sanitation be addressed with immediate effect. People cannot and should not live without basic necessities after 28 years of democracy. 2 weeks ago, when the NCOP embarked on taking parliament to the people in the Uku district, people lambasted how they still struggle to access basic services or basic service delivery, such as water and sanitation. This is just one instance of a lack of service delivery in KwaZulu-Natal, worsened by the floods disaster. In the same gathering, I was troubled when the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal painted a well-pictured update about the work being done by the KZN government to address the floods aftermath. I was troubled because I knew that that was not an accurate reflection according to the affected people. There are still people who still live in community halls. When there was an undertaking that by now, TRUs or temporary residential units will be in place for all the victims to get accommodation. We need a strong political will to deliver adequate services to the people. Leadership requires transparency and willingness to be honest and open with the masses. We need such leadership to rebuild a responsive state, skilled to speed up service delivery to those who are serving. The other issue that is of prominence is to know whether all learners, mainly those that were affected by floods, were they able to get proper support to be competent enough to sit for their year-end exams. Because if we fail to do so, it would mean that we'll have the same children going back to the same class next year, which might not be a good thing. I want to pass my gratitude to the leadership and all the members of the ad hoc committee for their efforts in creating an atmosphere of non-party political agenda, free participation and contestation of issues within the committee. In so doing, putting the betterment of the people's lives in the forefront. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I would like now to recognize Honorable LBB, ANC. Mama.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu ngibingelele kusihlalo wethu babasondo na ku chief whip wethu babomhaye nakoza kwethu abakhona la namhlanje ngokhethekile usihlalo wethu from i-ad hoc committee okuyena oqala walendlala loludaba ngokukhethekile futhi nama special delegates athamele le nkulumo mpikiswano namhlanje. Ngibonge kwena sihlalo ngokuthi unginikeza ithuba yokuthi ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano namhlanje ekhuluma isikakhulu ngoguquguquko, isikakhulu lokhuzana lwezulu olwenza isikhathi esiningi ukuthi kubekho yonke lezi khukhula ezenzekayo namhlanje. Ngizobalula njena iKwaZulu Natal, hayi ngoba nakho ngiphambuka khona kodwa ngendlela ekwenzeke ngayo ukuthi kube nomthelelo omubi kabi esifundazweni ngokuthi kuthi kubekho ikhukhula kuthi kusalungiswa lokho ziqhamuke ezinye ikhukhula wakhona kwabonakala ukuthi lo kumsenandozele isikhathi esiningi kodwa ke ngokuthi uhulumeni wethu bebambisene naso isifundazwe kanye nomasipala bakwazile ukuthi bahlanganyele izinto zenzeke. Empelweni iKwaZulu Natal iyafana neMozambique kuguquguquko lwezulu. Masikhumbula kahle ukuthi niyakhumbula eMozambique ukuthi kwaba khona izikhukhula ezifana nezenzeke eKwaZulu Natal. Lokho kwenza ukuthi kube nomthelela omubi kakhulu. Izikhukhula ke ezinomthelela omkhulu zibe khona Eastern Cape. Isikakhulu zagugula ama-bridge akhona. Zaba khona futhi nase Northwest. Isikakhulu lapho lithe ikomiti masesiya lapho kwathola ukuthi indlela yakhona abantu abindawo ababakhe kuyona kusho ukuthi bakha kuyona endaweni enamanzi ngoba ubufika ubone imizi emikhulu emihle iculile ivele ngophahla kuphela okubonisa ukuthi ezinye izinto lezo kufanele ukuthi sizibheke ukuthi sihambe kahle. Enye into siphinde kufanele kube sibe nombuzo ukuthi ngempela njengoba kulolu guquguquko loshintsho lwezulu ingaba sinazo yini indlela zokuthi sikwazi ukuthi sizithintele na. Umthelelo walezi khukhula wenze ukuthi uhulumeni wethu akwazi ukuthi alokhuzana angenelele ekubeni kukhona abantu ebebexakeke kakhulu abehlelwe okuningi ezimpilweni zabo. Nokulahlekelwa izimpahla nabalahlekelwa ihlobo kangangokuthi ngendlela ekwenzeke ngayo kufike kuguguleke umuzi ungabonakali kwawona uvela ucwile ugqibeke ungazi nokuthi kwenze njani ungaphumi lutho lapho kangangokuba kuze namhlanje abantu basalindele izalwane zabo ezagqibeka kulezo ikhukhula. Ngakho ke uhulumeni ke nezinhlaka zonke ufanele zisebenze kulolu bhubhane lwezikhukhula ngoba uyabona ukuthi ziseza zona kofanele ukuthi sibe namaqhinga ke okulwa nazo ukuthi ngaba senze njani ngokuhlanganisana nazo. Izindawo ezahlaselwa ke ikhukhula njengeKwaZulu Natal ne-Eastern Cape ne-Northwest kubangeleke ukuthi abantu ngempela balahlekelwa amakhaya abanye balahlekelwe izalwane zabo ngempela kube indida nje ungabisazi ukuthi kwenzakalani. Okubange ukuthi abantu ababalelwe ezindaweni zokukhoseliswa yebo bayosikhashana ikakhulukazi kwaZulu Natal. Yebo ngimzwile umhlonisho ngokusho ukuthi kusho ukuthi kusahamba kancane ukuthi abantu bakhishwe kuma-shelters abakuwona ukuthi baye khona. Inkinga hayi ukuthi imali ayikho, inkinga umhlaba. Iwona ke okufanele ukuthi siqikelelise ngoba sisifundile isifundo yokuthi sakhele abantu endaweni la ekuzothi kugcine bese beyaguguleka. Ofanele ukuthi uhlolwe eqala ngaphambi kokuthi kwakhiwe. Yiko ke lonto ekwenze ukuthi ke kusilele kakhulu ukuthi umphathiso wezindlu akwazi ukuthi aqhubeka akhele abantu. Yebo kuyakhiwa abantu bayaphuma kancane kancane ngeke kusheshe manje ngoba abantu baningi kakhulu kulezi ndawo zenhlakelele. So lokho kwaqala izikhukhula uhulumeni udlale indima enkulu kabi sihlalo ngokuthi azise izinsiza kubantu abakhahlamezeke yilozi ikhukhula nokuletha izinto ezifana njengokudla kanye neminyango efana njengomnyango wezempilo okwazi ukuthi ucheck abantu ukuthi banjani ngaphakathi no Department of Social Development ukuthi babone ukuthi bathola insiza ngoba phela abantu uma bese bakhukhuleke yonke into kusho ukuthi kulahleka noma birth certificate la nazo zonke impepha kusho ukuthi kuyangenelelwa ke lapho no home affairs ngokunjalo. Enye into futhi namaphoyisa siwabizile ukuthi abakwazi ukuthi abe yingxenye. Sibonile ngoba besithi mangabe sibabuza abantu abahlele emahholo basho ukuthi ayicha amaphara abahlupha babagqekezela na yonke into. Kepha ke sicele ke amaphoyisa ukuthi abe yingxenye ya yonke le lokhu kuze zonke izinto zihambe ngononeni. Umonakalo wezikhukhula ubalelwa ku-25 billion nangaphezulu. Zinkomba ukuthi isimo somnotho asimile kahle hle. Ekuhambeleni kwethu nekomiti sithole ukuthi kuhamba kancane njengoba bese ngishilo ukwakhiwa kwezindlu. Ngiyakuphinda futhi ngoba ukwakhiwa kwezindlu kwesikhashana njengoba sithola ukuthi kuhamba kancane nje. Njengoba bese ngishilo ukuthi kufanele ukuthi kutholakale indawo ofonti kwenzeke imhlaba sinayo. So siyafuna loma lezo ngxenyana zomhlaba ukuthi bakwazi abantu ukuthi bagcine babe nendawo yokukhosela. Okunye futhi sithumele nenhlolova ihlole kahle umhlaba ukuthi ngempela kufanele kile abantu ukuthi babe khona la. Izindawo eziningi zibe nokuntula kwamanzi. Njengasothongathi isikakhulu ngoba izingqalasizinda zakhona zaguguleka zonke. Akwasala lutho kwafuneka ukuthi kuqalwe phansi ukuthi kwakhiwe izingqalasizinda ezintsha. Ngokulekelelana ke uhulumeni ke omkhulu nesifundazwe nomasipala bakwazile ukuthi bazenze lezo zingqalasizinda. Yebo abantu bebethola amanzi ngokwamavaterkan kodwa besazi ukuthi lokho akwenele. Kodwa ke engakusho manje indaba ezimnandi sihlalo wendlu ukuthi hawu sesiphelile ke leso lokhuzana leso zingqalasizinda sasothongathi samanzi abantu sebewathola amanzi. Nakhona kwalimala imigwaqo yetiyela. Kwaguguleka konke itiyela phecelezi etha. Kwabhidlika ama-bridge e-KZN nase-Eastern Cape kodwa siyajabula ngoba sebeqalile uhlelo lokuwakha kanye nemigwaqo isiyavuleka neziporo zezitimela nazo ziyavuswa zonke izinto zima ngononina bazo. Okusobala ukuthi uhulumeni oholo ukhongolose uyabanakekela abantu nezingqalasizinda nezwe lonke liphela. Ngaphandle nje kokuthi mhlambe kuzoba ipolitiki ukuthi ubani wenze lokhu nalokhu. Kodwa nje uhulumeni kakhongolose hayi cha kuninga asekwenzile okuhle okubonakalayo kulezi ikhukhula. Yebo kusasele ukuthi abantu abayingqosana njengoba bese ngishilo bese ngichazile ukuthi yebo umhlaba siyawuthola kuyakhiwa kusobala ukuthi kogcina mhlambe ekupheleni konyaka mhlambe ozayo noma phakathi kwawo ozayo abantu sebethole indawo zayo. Umnyango ke womgcina imali wayesethembisile ukuthi uzolekelela ukuletha kwisifundazwe ezintathu okuyi-KZN, Eastern Cape ne-North West. Enye into ebangela ukuthi kuhambe kancane kungabi bikho i-proper coordination kulama-3 spheres of government. Sikwazile siyikomiti ukuthi sizame ukuthi sikulungise lokho ukuthi kusetshenziswane kwenziwe zonke izinto njengoba zinjalo. Ngalokho kuye kwabangela futhi nokuthi izifundazwe nomasipala badonsa kanzima sebethatha izimali zabo ababelwe zona ngokudidizela njalo kumgcina imali. Ekugcine naye ebukile kodwa kwaze ukuthi zonke izinto zihambe kahle. Ngakho ke umnyango ke kaCocta no Treasure unendima enkulu okufanele ukuthi uyidlale ekulekeleleni nokuseka isifundazwe nomasipala ukuze bakwazi ukusheshisa abantu basizakale. Isizwe sethu besithwele kanzima kulezi ikhukhula nokhuvethe nalo luthebe elinomthelela onzima kumnyango wezenhlekelele kanye nemthelela futhi esakhayo eyenza kuhambe kancane. Siyikomiti ke sithathe isinqumo sokuthi sichibekele ayichithekelwe lemthetho ukuze kube lula ukukhipha kwezimali uma kwenzeka izinhlekelele ezifana nalezi. Sicela uhulumeni neminyango yakhe bahlangane ukuze kusheshiswe ukusizakala kwabantu bangathwali kanzima. Lezi khukhula ke zithikameza kakhulu umnotho wezwe. Abalimi balahlekelwe imfuyo, balahlekelwe nezinto zonke zababayitshalile nezingqalasizinda nakhona konke nje kuyamoseka. Uhulumeni ke uqinisekisa ukuthi bayasizakala, kepha usekwenzile lokho ehulumeni ngoba ukwazile ukuthi abanye baba abaneze isibonelelo babuyisela futhi nengqalasizinda zakhona obonisa ukuthi khona okwenzekayo. Kufanele simncome uhulumeni wethu nosomabhizinisi nezinhlangano ezihlukahlukene esikwazile ukufaka isandla ekulekelekweni kwizifundazwe ezintathu. Lokho kunikeze ithemba lokuthi uma sibumbene siyawenza umehluko kubantu bakithi. Siphinde futhi sibonge umsadavu owathunyelwa umongameli ukuthulekelele kanye nethimba lezenhlekelele ekugcineni abantu ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bahlengeke baphinde futhi bafune laba abantu ababemuke nezikhukhula. Sizibonile izinto begijima nazo behle benyuka becinga abantu bebathola emva mhlawumbe kweinsuku eziningi eseyidlulile benza umsebenzi omkhulu. Siyabonga kubona ngendlela ekwenzeka ngayo. Siyisizwe sidinga ukwakha izinhlaka zenhlekelele kwizifundazwe kanye nomasipala ukuze sikwazi ukuhlangabezana nezimo ezinje nokuthi sibafundise abantu ukuthi uma bezokwakha endaweni abangakhe endaweni ezinomhlaba othambile, abangakhe endaweni ezingamaxhaphozi ngoba zigcine uma ngabe kuyinhlekelele kwenzeka into efana njengalesi. Izifundazwe nazo sinazo ezinazo izizinda zokubhekelela inhlekelele. NjengeKwaZulu Natal nje ama-district onke anazo onke amahhovisi ezenhlekelele. Omasipala bakhona bonke banabo ama-substation akhona ezinhlekelele ekuthi uma kwenzeka into ezinje ubone begijima kwenzeka izinto. Njengoba benibona bekhona u-COVID inhlekelele ke bone bebegijima futhi bakwazi ukuthi balekelelane ukuze basheshe bafike endaweni. And enye into eyabangela ukuthi abantu balahlekelwe iningi ngoba njengoba bese ngishilo nje bakhe kulezo ndawo ongafuneki ukuthi bakhele zona. Sicela umnyango kaCopter nomasipala bakhethe imihlaba ekahle yokwakhelwa abantu. Siyabonga ngomsebenzi osuwenziwe noma kube nezingqinamba ngokuthi kusheshe kwakhiwe izingqalasizinda zamanzi, kuphinde kusheshe kwakhiwe amakliniki, kusheshe futhi kwakhiwe nezikole nezibhedlela. Sengigcina kuloko kwakha izizinda ungcono siphele izinkinga zokuthi kuphele lokho zayo. Siqhubeke nokuqwashisa umphakathi nezenhlekelele mina kakhongolose futhi nozethemba ukuthi sazinqoba lezi inselele esihlala nazo. Ngiyabonga sihlalo wendlu.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, I would like to recognize. Order, Chief Whip.
Kuba DM, Kuba.
I would like to recognize Honorable Lituli, EFF. Honorable Lituli.
Kuba DM, Kuba.
Siyaqhuba Honorable Lituli. Sizabuya sibuye kuye mhlambe usahlushwa uconnect. Honorable members, I would like to recognize Honorable SF Detroit. FF+.
Agbare voorsitter, elke keer as die wolke dreun en die blitse in die verte die horison of berge verlig en die reuk van reën jou neusgate prikkel, vul dit baie mense met 'n kaleidoskoop van hoop, lafenis en uitkoms. Verander nie met terug na 'n lang donker nag gevul met angskrete, wou moeder natuur met lang koue nat vingers 448 persone onder die bruisende bruin watermassa intrek. Verslae gesigte wat geen uitkoms sien, geen reddingsboei van hulp wat betyds deur 'n sogenaamde omgee-regering in hul rigting geslinger word nie. Soveel wat met ore gespits luister na 'n waarskuwing deur 'n sogenaamde rampsentrum wat nooit kom nie. Te vergeefs, te min, te laat. In areas of the country where government failed to ensure that Spatial Planning and Land Use Act be implemented, deceased individuals' names were crossed off a list as if in a skewed way, the X in the blocks next to their name reflected the same mark that they made on a ballot not so long ago. So many chose to support a government that failed to adhere to municipal legislation that could have saved their lives. So many chose to support a regime that promised the world and only delivered a final resting place in a casket that was provided by a third party. In areas like Port Alfred, disputes over municipal and tribal land resulted in families being swept down a muddy slope whilst they tried to find refuge in a dwelling balanced on a slope with a breathtaking view. Die president het aan miljoene Suid-Afrikaners vanaf die podium gepaai met 'n rustige stem aangekondig dat 1 miljard rand dadelik deur die regering beskikbaar gestel gaan word om hierdie ramp aan te spreek en verligting te bring, voorsitter. Daar was beloof dat die oorsig doeltreffend sou wees en dat daar ook geen korrupsie geduld sou word nie. What was not said was the fact that most of the district municipalities did not budget or had working disaster centers. In most instances, there were officials with no budget except that of the payroll. Die president het in sy toespraak nagelaat om te noem dat daarvan munisipaliteite en provinsies verwag sou word om te midde van min tot geen fondse in hul eie begrotings daardie fondse aan te wend om die ramp aan te spreek, wil aansoek om regeringshulp moeisaam aangevra word. Municipalities that were under administration because they were unable to deliver basic services. They were required to make adjustments to their own budget to address this flood damage. Humanitarian relief and psychosocial support was provided to families and individuals adversely affected by the floods, Chair. Its effectiveness was constrained by the definitive shortage of social workers. The Auditor General must be complimented for the manner in which she and her department played their part in this ongoing ordeal. Voorsitter, soos tydens die onlangse COVID-inperking word fondse wat veronderstel is om 'n ramp aan te spreek, fondse wat die brood nodig is om verligting te bring, aangewend om basiese instandhouding en die gebrek daaraan aan te spreek. I'm on record, Chair. In April, just after the disaster struck, the Freedom Front Plus stated that the fact that the ANC's failure to govern effectively contributed to the escalation of this disaster. If water infrastructure in municipal areas were cleaned regularly and kept clean from debris, less roads and bridges would have been damaged. If the Spluma Act was adhered to, less people would have been uprooted and forced to find refuge and shelters. Chair, the social economic effect of this amplified disaster will be felt for years to come. Better coordination between different departments should be addressed as a matter of urgency. Voorsitter, net soos wat dit nie regverdig teenoor die slagoffers van hierdie onlangse ramp waarvan die rippelende werklikheid steeds uitkring nie, net so is dit nie regverdig teenoor belastingbetalers dat hul bydra tot die fiskus, die toedeling wat veronderstel is om verantwoordelik vir rampe aangewend te word, in die oomblikke soos hierdie gebruik word om die mislukkings van 'n regering toe te messel onder die vaandel van omgee. Die gesigte vol vrees is steeds daar, en dit word egter deur verslae oë sonder hoop, gesigte vol teleurstelling aangeval. Die angskrete van 'n generasie wat deur heel onvermoë teruggehou is in hierdie lewe, weer galm nou deur die kloewe van Nkandla. Hul oë het oopgegaan en hulle sien julle vir wat julle is. Die ANC is die grootste ramp wat hierdie land kon tref. Dankie, voorsitter.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable Council, you'll indicate when Honorable Tuli is in the platform. I would like. Okay. Okay. Okay, thanks, Honorable Member. Honorable Members, I would like to continue with our debate to recognize Honorable N. Hatebe, Inkatha Freedom Party. Kungan.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The floods have devastated our provinces and had a disastrous effect on the lives of our citizens. The subsequent failure in disaster relief has highlighted the intersectionality and extremity of the problems facing our country and our government. Let us not be fooled that the floods are the cause of the problems facing our provinces. They have swept away any pretense that our government has been adequately maintaining its roads and infrastructure or effectively taking care of its rivers and environment. Excuse me. Approximately 80% of the eThekwini's sewage plants are dysfunctional. This has resulted in the contamination of rivers and oceans due to large volumes of untreated wastewater and had a resulting devastating effect on the tourism sector in KZN. The report highlights that in certain instances, the impact of the floods could have been mitigated through relatively inexpensive proactive measures, such as regular cleaning and unblocking of waterways and drains. The city's water and sanitation department is on the verge of collapse, taking nearly 2 weeks to fix a burst pipe. This results in massive revenue losses and critical water shortages for the people of KZN. The political leadership of the National Department of Water and Sanitation have known about these issues for the past 5 years, and yet nothing has been resolved. The inadequate response to the floods in KwaZulu-Natal is a clear example the unresponsive and inadequate coordination between government departments. In KZN, 4,983 dwellings were reported as destroyed. However, only 254 temporary residential units have been built. Affected individuals and households continue to wait crammed into temporary relief shelters, struggling with the greater distances they must now travel to commute to both work and school. Furthermore, the temporary residential units that were completed were done so to an unacceptable standard, with 100% of units constructed being defective. As we look to the future, we see that if government was more trustworthy and transparent, we would not need such stringent red tape to safeguard the ethical release of funds, which would therefore result in a more agile and immediate response to disaster relief. The IFP, therefore, nevertheless accepts the report. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. I would like to recognize TJ Brites, Honorable Brites.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. Sorry, Honorable House Chair, my video wasn't on. I'll start again. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Members, fellow South Africans. The struggle against man, against power, is the struggle of memory against forgetting. This is a quote from Milan Kundera in the book by struggle icon and respected jurist advocate George Bizos. His book was called No One to Blame. This book makes an invaluable contribution to the fabric of struggle literature in our country. For those unfamiliar with the work, Bizos recounts his work on numerous inquests into the deaths of anti-apartheid activists and laments that at the end of each inquest, the magistrates would conclude that there was no one to blame. Fast forward multiple decades to this report we are debating today. I will acknowledge that the work of the committee was largely thorough and the engagements robust. The colleagues serving on the committee worked in a collegial fashion, expressing the same dismay and horror at the effects of the devastating floods and equal frustration at the slow pace of recovery efforts. The staff also did commendable work in pulling together the multiple threads into one cohesive document that we consider today. Their work must be applauded. The one issue that bothered me all the way through the work of the committee, especially when dealing with the political heads of the affected municipalities, was the familiar refrain: we are not here to blame anyone. In the view of the DA, this is the fundamental flaw of the report. It assigns no blame to any department or individual or groups of individuals. It stops short of the work of Parliament to hold the executive to account. The two pillars of the committee's work are clear: to investigate the response and the recovery to the floods. First, let's look at the response. On 10 April 2022, the South African Weather Service issued a level 2 warning of a cut-off low system over eThekwini. A day later, 11 April, South African Weather Service upgraded the warning to a level 8, and then on the same day to level 9, a dramatic increase. The South African Weather Service's warnings were dire. They predicted widespread flooding of roads and settlements, loss of life, infrastructure damage, displacement of communities, widespread mudslides and rockfalls, widespread and prolonged disruption of municipal services. The South African Weather Service got it exactly right. But did the eThekwini municipality listen or even warn the residents of the disaster that was involved in? No, they didn't. The municipality always touts their Facebook page as the site of reliable information. It is a wide network of over 430,000 followers, a perfect conduit for information and warnings. But an analysis of this page over the critical days and hours leading up to the biggest storm in a generation shows a catastrophic failure. There were notices of normal power outages, the opening of submissions of the budget process, a caution to stop littering and to avoid drain blockages, a Eskom load shedding alert, but there was no, I repeat, no disaster weather warning alert. Despite this fact, Mayor Kaunda on the 12th of April 2022 held a briefing and stated that his administration received the South African Weather Service warnings. They had issued an alert to the public. As a resident of the city, I can tell you this is completely and utterly false. There is no evidence of any warning to residents of eThekwini in line with level 9 threats. So there was no adequate warning. What about the response to the disaster? The eThekwini Disaster Management Plan notes that disaster management is not only reactive, but also involves actions aimed at preventing or mitigating the effects of disasters. This is the first failure. Nothing could be done to avoid the storm, but equally so, nothing was done to mitigate the effects of the disaster. Further scrutiny of the disaster management plan reveals the following critical flaws. The call center in eThekwini has all but collapsed, including the WhatsApp reporting line. There's been no capacity for evacuations. In the critical hours between 10 and 12 April, when the Isipingo Basin flooded, there was not one helicopter on scene to evacuate the hundreds of persons needing assistance. That aid came from private citizens with their own boats and vehicles, coordinated largely by DA Ward Councillor, Councillor Andre Beertge. Another DA Ward Councillor, Councillor Dolly Munion, in the absence of search and rescue teams, flung herself into a raging torrent in Otongati to retrieve bodies. There is no evidence of a central operating center. Senior officials are offline and do not communicate with councillors. In conclusion, this was a disaster that should have been foreseen and adequately prepared for. But as with the riots and looting in July 2021, the residents had to fend for themselves. For the umpteenth time, this administration has failed its citizens in their hour of need. Like the cut-off low, the ANC-led administration remained stationary for days while this disaster played out, watching and wondering what was happening. Then we must consider the response. The bottom line is that when you consider the relationship between different spheres of government, you have to plan, plan, plan. As the saying goes, if you fail to prepare, you will prepare to fail. When you plan, you must consider scenarios, many of which have not even happened, but might happen. Then you pull in all the stakeholders involved, all the government departments, all the professionals, all the role players, all the civil society organs, all the NGOs. You pull in the resource people and you plan to minute detail the resources available. And then you obsessively plan out every last detail involved, every last detail. and then you make no assumptions, none whatsoever. From this process, you develop a standard operating procedure which can be activated immediately and put into implementation. Colleagues, this is not fanciful thinking. Less than 30 kilometers from the seat of this House lies the Western Cape Disaster Management Centre, where legions of professionals plan continuously to mitigate the effects of a disaster. They make real response and recovery a reality. The same officials saw the storm coming, heeded the South African Weather Service's warnings, and offered to place search and rescue teams in eThekwini before the storm. These offers were ignored. Then the end result was 442 of our compatriots dead, and over 60 still missing. And this report says no one is to blame. Tell that to the families of the dead. Tell that to the residents who have lost their homes. Tell that to those still languishing in community halls. Tell that to South Africa as it recovers from the worst natural disaster in our history. We must not forget the truth. We must struggle against the power of those who wish to protect themselves and avoid accountability. The report before us today, whilst not assigning blame as it should, speaks clearly to an unprepared, incompetent, and uncaring ANC government, especially at the level of the eThekwini municipality. To continue the insanity, this report holds out the district development model as the solution to all the ANC mess-ups. For this reason alone, we cannot support this report. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Okay, thanks very much, Honorable Mukausi. Honorable Lutuli. Lutuli. Siyakuba Ntombo. I would like now to recognize Honorable Tutovu, ANC.
Thank you, Chairperson of the session, Honorable Ngwenya, for Chairperson of the Joint Ad Hoc Committee on Flood Disasters, Honorable Jomo Nyambi, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen. During the World Economic Forum of this year, 2022, the Global Risk Report was dominated by the discussions on climate action failures, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and ecosystem collapse. These matters are extremely serious for humankind, with the highest potential to severely damage societies, economies, and planet. And this afternoon, close your eyes and plug your ears again and say you didn't hear me, and I want to repeat this. Failed action on climate, extreme weather, and lost biodiversity now come first, second, and third, respectively, in a list of top 10 global risks over the next decade. Just 2 months after intense discussions at the World Economic Forum, here at home in the provinces of KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Northwest, climate change fostered extreme weather events and resulted in natural flood disasters, which caused catastrophic consequences for the people of those provinces. KwaZulu-Natal received between 200 and 400 milliliters of rain in a 24-hour period, and the most parts of the province which were affected by the rainfall flooding included the entire eThekwini Metropolitan Municipality and the districts of Ilembe, Ugu, King Kotayo, and Ndlovu. Honorable Chair is quite correct that when the Joint Ad Hoc Committee visited the KwaZulu-Natal province in particular, we eyewitnessed damaged bridges and dilapidated transport routes, unsafe power and electrical grids, buildings including schools, houses and accommodation facilities close to the beaches in a state of disrepair. With what members of the ad hoc committee experienced, it is quite clear that during the extreme natural events like what happened in these provinces, a fragile infrastructure can have grave consequences for the local population to whom it represents a direct threat. In addition, fragile or poor infrastructure delays the effective potential for those affected to help themselves or impedes humanitarian relief by the local authorities or from non-governmental bodies. As it has been proven in these three provinces, relief agencies, both public and private, have experienced enormous challenges during these trying moments. This is from organizing transportation during the ruined roads and bridges, during the time of ensuring that there is fair distribution of goods and services to the people. For example, there is a scarcity in those areas, there was scarcity in those areas in respect of medicine, water, food, and shelter. And for me, this was not a political ball game to play. The disasters affected all the people in these areas, and they needed help. And the president was the first one to effectively respond on this, convening a joint sitting of parliament to declare this a national disaster. And parliament responded positively by appointing a joint ad hoc committee led by very, very competent, skillful, experienced parliamentarians, Honorable Nyambi and Honorable Frolik. And with their anticipated role, with how they galvanized and rejuvenated the committee itself, we are at a point where we understood in precision what were the issues at hand, and that also strengthened our role of oversight as members of parliament. The coordination, the facilitation of activities was superb. They were also patient with the departments who were to give reports. They also enabled members of parliament to, in a very intense way, probe, question them, go deeper to understand the magnitude of the problem at hand. And I really want to emphasize, this was not a political football game. It was not a matter that we must play or take light. It is a matter that affected many of our people, especially those who are historically disadvantaged. And members of parliament cannot come here and raise matters in the way that they are raising, especially Honorable Ditoy from the Freedom Front Plus. I think it is ingenious of him to point fingers at the ANC as if it is the ANC that created the floods. As I indicated, it is because of the imperatives of the climate change, and globally we were warned in terms of the World Economic Forum that pass up, if you are not careful, this will hit you. And they were vindicated in what happened. But to come here to score some cheap political points is really unnecessary it is uncalled for. This particular work required all of us as members of parliament to work together, to cooperate, and I think largely through the leadership of Honorable Nyambi and Frolic, we did our work exceptionally well. We coordinated our efforts and we pay attention mostly to all those areas which were affected most and to all the people that were displaced. Where there are problems, we went back to those areas. For example, it is in the Ugu district. We went back to go and as part of monitoring and evaluation and as part of ensuring that the systems and structures are in place. We went back there to check what is the problem and enforce that all those that needed to be done. We had issues with the eThekwini municipalities where there was cross communication in respect to what needed to be done. We made follow-up accordingly, very, very patient, very methodical, and in a way that provides leadership and not tackling the man, but tackling the ball, in that we are focused to deal with the problems at hand. Now, it is ingenious, even for Honorable Breitersen to articulate the point that he's articulating, and quite clearly and expectedly, we knew that he's going to say it is the ANC government, the failures of the ANC government. I think it is ingenious, it is dishonest, it is wrong for him to pursue issues in the way that he's pursuing them. I want to say to him, the election time is 2024. That is when we are going to contest. But for now, we are focused at hand, we are resolute, we are doing what is expected of us. And I think with our effort, with our oversight role, we have insisted that those people who were in the halls and elsewhere needed to be provided with proper accommodation, especially temporary housing units that needed to be built, that where roads were not constructed in the manner that they were to be constructed, with the speed and the tempo that was required, we insisted that those particular things needed to happen. We have also said that there ought to be that coordination between all the spheres of government, local, provincial, and national. They needed to work together to make sure that we achieve those particular results. And there, where the money is available, the so-called 1 billion rand needed to be dispensed so that it is spent for the benefit of our own people. This is how you govern. This is how you work very hard to ensure that you put up the systems in place. I don't know why this fight, because this problem affected all of us and we needed to resolve them. And I'm happy Honorable Nyambi saying, let us continue to do our work. Let us continue to enforce coordination between departments. Let us continue to ensure that they do what is expected of them. And with the kind of leadership that we have in this committee, I'm more than convinced that we are going to ensure that the departments work in the way that it is expected of them, because what is important is to give service to the people. What is important is to restore order and tranquility in those communities. What is important is to ensure that the people have got better roads, where houses are not available, houses are constructed, where schools were damaged, they get fixed, and everything else that will ensure that there is stability for those particular people. But going forward, as I said, and I said, listen carefully when I preface my contribution in this debate, that in the next decade, the problems of climate change must be taken serious, and those who are in authority in government, we must do everything within our power to attend to these issues, especially issues of emission and so on and so forth, in the way that will ensure that when these matters of disaster happen, like they did in these particular provinces, we are able to respond accordingly to save lives, to save livelihood, to assist those who need the relief from all different perspectives. And for me, this is quite important. And if we do that, we will achieve our objectives. At times such as this, as a country, we need to come together, work together, forge ahead, and show our South Africanness in terms of resolving the pertinent problems that affect our people. Fighting will never help, will never assist to build this country. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, honorable member. Honorable members, I would now like to recognize Honorable AJ Nyambi, co-chairperson and what ad hoc joint committee and flood disaster relief and recovery. Honorable Nyambi.
Thank you, House Chairperson. Once again, let me take this opportunity and thank members of the ad hoc joint committee. And indeed, Honorable Dodovu is quite correct. We'll have our time for politics. I'm really disappointed by Honorable Broughton Seth and Honorable Dutoy. Hopefully at an appropriate time, I can avail myself. I'll be accompanied by Honorable Baha, because what was presented by Honorable Baha, Honorable Bibi, Honorable Dodovu, Honorable Khatebe, it's a true reflection of what happened and what is in our report. I commend them for the job well done. As of Honorable Broughton said, I can report in this house that when we're in KZN, we adopted a program as a committee. And when we got to KZN, just because it's a member who's from KZN, even when he persuaded us to say, let's go to another place where people are affected, we decided to work beyond the normal working hours to go to those areas, because it was not about what we have decided as a committee, and it was not about who is saying it. We're concerned about the people. Standing here today, I'm not going to use what happened in KZN and just play party politics. Where families to date, they haven't even closed their chapter because their loved ones have not yet been found. It's a painful experience. So you can't come here and play a blame game. As a committee, House Chairperson, as a matter of fact, we have to put it on record. When we started this task, we indicated that not even a single department or a municipality that we are going to entertain without the political head being part of the meeting. All departments, without failure, we met the leadership of those departments. That is why when we explained the issue of acting in finance, it was when the honorable minister was in Davos and he had to have somebody acting on his behalf. And we said, we are going to entertain you, but we want the minister because there are issues to be clarified by the minister. And the minister came to the committee to present his story. Honorable members, it was not only the issue of floods. If you talk of KZN, it was floods, that's number one. It was COVID-19, that's number two. It was July unrest. Those three things affected that province. The magnitude of the three things I'm mentioning has got some serious devastating effect to the people that we represent. So my earnest appeal to Honorable Broughton said, let us not play an Honorable Dutoit. Let us not play with the emotions of our people, especially when they've got some serious challenges. We've got ample time to play our politics. Sitting here, I know as a matter of fact, they are at each other's throat in the house in the Western Cape. But just because I'm not here for that, I'm here to present a report and present clear, concrete proposal that is detailed in the report. That is why we're even very clear that just because we don't want to lose the momentum, want to sustain it, we are saying the extension till the end of the financial year is going to assist us to assist those people. And we commend NGOs the role that they've played. We'll always give credit where it's due. How I wish Honorable Lutuli, because she has been part of us throughout, to have even her voice. But I know because of connection problem. As a committee, we worked as a family. We were about the people that we represent. Once again, allow me, Chair, to thank the Chief Whip for understanding the critical role from time to time when we wanted to get to the affected provinces. We were very clear that the magnitude of KZN is not the same as what happened in Port Shepstone in Eastern Cape and the DL in Northwest. It was the work that made us to spend much time in KZN. We invited the Auditor General. She assisted us a lot. The Human Rights Commission, that is why to date, they are still doing the interaction with all the relevant stakeholders. The issue of the Council for Geoscience, a very efficient body, came to us to present the issue of climate change. Honorable Totovu, it's 100% correct. It means some other day, if it's not raining, we're going to say ANC has stopped rain. What is that? What is that? It's what they're doing. Disaster has got nothing to do with any political party. Please, honorable members, once again, I want to indicate what I've said. We want to thank all executive authority members, the ministers, the premiers, the executive mayors, for the manner in which they prepared for their engagement with us. Together, we can turn the situation around for the benefit of our people. And we also rely on them to live up to the commitments that you made, as anything short of that will be a total serious abrogation of duty. I thank you, House Chairperson.
Thanks very much.
Malibongwe, Baba, Malibongwe.
And thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I would like now to invite the Deputy Chair, Mama Sylvia, to take over. Mama
Thank you
Sylvia.
very much. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson. Honorable members, we will now call for declaration of vote. Before we proceed, I shall allow provinces the opportunity to make their declarations of vote in terms of Rule 86, if they so wish. Any province that want to make a declaration of vote? If there is none, we shall proceed to the voting on the question. And the question is that the report be agreed to, and I will now call on provinces to cast their votes. When called upon, heads of delegations must indicate whether they vote in favor, against, or abstain. Eastern Cape.
Eastern Cape,
Eastern
for my
Cape.
Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Free State. Free State. Free State.
Free State votes in favor, Chair.
Thank you very much. Gauteng.
In favor, Chair.
Thank you very much. KwaZulu Natal.
KwaZulu Natal ayeseka sihlala umbiko.
Yabonga Mama. Limpopo.
Limpopo vote in favor. Deputy
Thank you. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga.
iyayivuma.
Thank you very much. Northern Cape.
Northern Cape votes in favor, Honorable Chairperson, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Northwest.
Northwest supports, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Western Cape.
Die Wes-Kaap stem teen die verslag, onder voorsitter.
Stem teen. Voting is now closed. 8 provinces have voted in favor, and we therefore declare the report agreed to in accordance with Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable delegates, thank you. Before we proceed to the subject for debate, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the MECs, SALGA representatives, all permanent and special delegates. We shall now proceed to the subject for debate, and it is the debate on creation of provincial and municipal-owned construction companies to eradicate infrastructure backlog and abolish tenders. I will now call on the Honorable Mabatu Olaf Makause, Party Whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters, to open the debate. Honorable Makause.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of the Council. Deputy Chair,
you.
today we stand here before the Council as the mighty economic freedom fighters to provide solutions to the everlasting problems of South Africa, which the ruling party seems not to grapple and find solution to the problem facing this country. Chairperson, in the EFF founding manifesto, we outlined that the only enduring vision for development, growth, and elimination of poverty in this country can only come out of a very strong state, able not to only conceptualize development, but lead in the implementation of projects. This is premised on our ideological and practical beliefs, Chairperson, that there is no development that can be led by private entities without the central involvement of the state. The need for infrastructure development must be premised on the understanding that only capable state can deliver sustainable infrastructure even to the most remote areas of this country without considering profit as the primary driver of development. Yet under the leadership of the ruling party, there currently exists massive backlog in infrastructure, which is a common theme across all municipalities in South Africa, undermining their ability to deliver on their developmental mandate. Chair, infrastructure development at the municipal level is plagued by insufficient planning, limited operating capacity, corruption being in the center, inadequate maintenance. And despite a clear acknowledgement from the ruling party of these problems that we are citing, the ruling party has failed to give infrastructure development the attention it deserves in South Africa. Instead, we are subjected, Chairperson, to numerous failures and weaknesses in government, which are because of an absence of accountability from the sitting government, transparency and skills shortage. While corruption has hindered the country's ability to envision a more comprehensive development program, the main problem is the insufficient capacity to fully appreciate the role of the state in development, particularly the state at a provincial and the local level. Chairperson, the country loses billions of liters of water every single year in areas controlled by municipalities. Instead of having internal capacity to detect and fix leaks, Chair, municipalities hire private companies at an exorbitant price. This contributes to the current problem we are facing in relation to water provision across South Africa. Had municipalities had their own internal capacity to deal with the entire water value chain, citizens will be in a much better position in as far as their water needs are concerned, and municipalities will be enabled to respond better and faster. The same applies to the issues of road maintenance. Roads across the country are potholed simply because there is no capacity and political will
to deal with the problems of road infrastructure in a way that will save costs and ensure that more sustained maintenance of road infrastructure happens in this country. The critical program of building houses for the majority of our people is also constrained by the fixation with dishing out contracts to private companies too, which is also too costly to this government and has largely contributed to the more than 2 million people on housing backlog today. And unfortunately, those are Black people without houses, without water, without proper roads. If you move into the urban areas, if you move into the white areas, all is well. There's water, there's proper housing, there's proper roads infrastructure. Why is it that the leading government cannot prioritize a Black person? Why can't we be prioritized for water, a basic human right? Why can't we be prioritized for proper sanitation, a basic human right? Why can't we be prioritized for housing? We are previously marginalized, but yet today we are still not prioritized. It is a shame. Today, more than 26 years into democracy, we still stand here and beg from the same government. Chairperson, the country needs a centralized development planning process, which is state-led and which will be able to eliminate infrastructure backlog faster and more efficiently. We call for the establishment of a state mining company to ensure that our minerals are mined and processed locally, as this would create local jobs for our local resources and help propel the country into a higher level of development. We call for the establishment of a state construction company, Chairperson, to ensure that all construction projects in this country, including the building of millions of houses for those who are homeless today, is done by the state without prioritizing profit, as it is in this case with the private sector. We call on the establishment of a state company that will be responsible for the manufacturing of building material to ensure that the state does not pay excessive high prices for building material. Chairperson, all this is common sense. China is doing it. Russia is doing it. And all countries that have shown development over the past decade have been doing so because of the ability and strength of their central planning, which has state companies at the center. Chairperson, in this country, South Africa, because of the preoccupation of the leeches now in power with corruption, municipalities rely heavily on tenders, appointing private companies to provide simple services such as construction, the general maintenance of water treatment, schools, clinics, hospitals, and other related infrastructure. Municipalities appoint consultants to develop strategies, to write basic documents and report. Why are we paying those senior managers in those municipalities? You know why? It's because you have hired unqualified people who are currently occupying high positions, both in municipalities and provincial governments. Chairperson, we therefore make a call for the abolishment of tenders as to allow the government to employ and train thousands of people who are hired by the private sector in government departments and provincial and municipal owned construction companies. These categories of people, we call on government to hire them on a permanent basis. Chair, a tender system which has failed to address infrastructure backlog in a number of communities. Instead, the system has benefited cronies within the ruling party. So much so that our country faces serious water and sanitation infrastructure backlog in a number of communities, mainly in Black rural communities, where communities are forced to live with badly designed and aging water infrastructure, which leads to ineffective water supply system in these areas. Chairperson, broken infrastructure disrupts the supply of water in our areas, which take a long time to fix because there's no capacity both in the provincial and local government. And when that happens, communities have got no options but to collect water from unprotected sources such as rivers and water streams. And in many cases, they are even forced to drink with animals. Chairperson, every day, thousands of Black children attend schools that are dilapidated. Classrooms are crumbling, with learners having to make use of dilapidated bathrooms, with non-existent libraries and laboratories being the reality of the day. School environment disempowers rather than empowering our children to learn and succeed in South Africa. Chairperson, all this is because of lack of planning and lack of proper skills within those institutions that are tasked with the responsibility for development in this country. In the healthcare sector, public healthcare facilities are in an extremely poor conditions and suffer from chronic underdevelopment. There exists too few health facilities, and the few that we have are damaged and lack the resources needed to fully function and provide adequate services to our people. Maintenance and equipment failures are the order of the day. These healthcare services are expected to deliver newborn babies under a condition of no water. They are expected to cure illnesses under the condition of no water and proper sanitation. How is that possible, Chairperson? The tender system, Chairperson, needs to be removed and establish a state construction company. These are concrete solutions that we are providing to South Africans today. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makause. Next will be Honorable H.S. Boshoff.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chair, honourable members and fellow South Africans, good day. Currently, the South African construction sector is very fragile and is being severely hampered by the lack of implementing the infrastructure delivery plan by government, which has led to the shrinking of this industry over the past 2 years. This is further exacerbated by poor economic growth and lack of skills development. For the past 5 years, government has committed to invest in major projects in the infrastructure side, but there's nothing to show. An example is Avenge, which was at its peak as a 25 billion rand company by market capitalization around 2008. Today, it stands at barely R1 billion by market capitalization. In 2008, the construction industry was standing strong at close to 80 billion rand. today, it barely touches the 15 billion rand mark. In his State of the Nation address in February of this year, the president alluded to public sector projects which would be implemented to create jobs, which inter alia included strategic infrastructure projects and also various other public-private partnership projects. These, Honourable Deputy Chair, have yet to materialize. We are all in agreement that South Africa's economic recovery needs to be structured around infrastructure spend to stimulate the country's economy, but not through giving this sector to provincial and local governments to run. This, Honourable Deputy Chair, is a disaster in the making. The construction industry is pivotal to other industries that feed it, like the mining industry, who needs construction to enable it. Furthermore, the construction industry is comprised of various role players. Firstly, we have the financial sector that provides capital to the industry, then the socio-economic players that commission construction, but cannot be delivered by them, governments that want to build schools, hospitals, etc., the business sector that needs office space, ports and harbors that need to be built. This cannot be done by the state. The construction industry has to do that. This speaks to an ecosystem of providers that include but are not limited to the material providers and the yellow equipment providers, which all have an enormous role to play in the construction sector to make it work and to create much needed jobs. Honourable Deputy Chair, where will government fund the finances for these expenditures? There is no way that this industry will flourish should government decide to put a stranglehold on them by taking away a job-creating industry and running it themselves on a provincial and local level. This will not only add another failing SOE, causing the sector to see a value chain of industries being negatively impacted. But, Deputy Chair, don't take my word for it, take the AG's word, who in her 2020-2021 municipal audit outcomes report released in June this year stated that only 41 municipalities in South Africa received clean audits based on the financial statements of 230 municipalities and 18 municipal entities. The report goes on to state that municipalities cannot operate and provide services if financial health concerns remain. The situation is so dire that there is significant doubt as to whether 28% of South African municipalities will be able to continue operating according to the AG's office. I would then also like to quote the president of the South African Institution of Civil Engineering, Professor Marianne van der Skuren, open quote, around half of South Africa's public infrastructure has collapsed or is close to collapsing. Something has to be done or South Africa may become a failed state. Close quote. Honourable Deputy Chair, I do not see how combining failing municipalities with failing infrastructure can lead to a positive outcome. Another worrisome factor is that presently the ANC government is adamant that cadre deployment will continue, going against a ruling following the DA's application that cadre deployment is unlawful. Therefore, the creation of state-owned construction companies will only be the breeding ground for more of this deployment taking place. It is therefore no surprise that many of our municipalities and SOEs have collapsed. When people with bookkeeping diplomas are put in charge of a municipality's financial management, or a plumbing diploma will suffice for the position of a municipal engineer. Furthermore, should this nonsensical idea of government to in-house the construction industry materialize, it will force many current construction companies to scale down on their operations or completely close down, which will add to the already high unemployment rate. Many qualified civil engineers and other highly qualified persons with institutional knowledge in this industry will leave the industry completely and immigrate to other countries where their expertise will be welcomed. We could then also see additional interest-bearing debt increase, as this will in all probability lead to another state-owned enterprise being bailed out. We have witnessed this for many years with the likes of Eskom, Brunel, and SAH, name but a few. Honorable Deputy Chair, in closing, if this government is adamant about creating a state-owned construction industry, then they must seek funding for this idea, not from the already overburdened taxpayer, but from those cronies that stole billions from our country at the behest of this government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Boshoff. Next will be Honorable Gai. Honorable Gai.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. Greetings to you. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairpersons. Greeting to you, to the Chairperson of the NCOP, permanent and special delegates, MECs present. Chair, I just want to first quote the Constitution on the issues of tenders. If you want to do away with tenders, you'll have to first amend the Constitution. It says on procurement, when an organ of state in the national, provincial, or local sphere of government, or any other institution identified in national legislation, contracts for goods and services, it must do so in accordance with a system which is fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is important that the ANC government focus on infrastructure development as part of implementation of economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The economic reconstruction and recovery plan was developed to respond to low economic growth and the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. The plan is an infrastructure-driven plan which focuses on the development of microeconomy through localization and industrialization. It seeks to develop SMMEs in local areas through industrial parks in urban areas and agri-processing in rural areas. Government has also determined that local markets and development need to be linked through the implementation of the district development model. Part of the infrastructure development is directly related to social service delivery in the form of water, electricity, human settlement, solar water heating programs, and the development of schools, clinics, and hospitals. The implementation of the program is geared towards the inclusive economic development, economic growth, and job creation. Transformation of South African society is the agenda of the ANC government. Honorable Deputy Chair, it is not possible to have a mature policy conversation on the implementation of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan on the EFF topic, which is based on a narrow notion of merely creating provincial and municipal construction companies and through abolishing tenders. Infrastructure development is critical to economic development in many different sectors of the economy and includes social development. In terms of attempting to implement a major economic plan based on infrastructure development, it is imperative to understand the complexities and varied nature of infrastructure development, which have equally many technical components and financial components and cannot merely be reduced to the development of provincial and local construction companies and scrapping of tenders. This topic by the EFF is based on the politics and ideological framework of pole vaulting into solutions without concrete plans. The infrastructure development envisaged by the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan is complex and varied and will not be able to be carried out by a single provincial and local construction company. In other words, a public and private sector partnership is necessary for the construction of infrastructure. This means that the scrapping of tenders in the construction sector or major economic sector is a myth and not practical if there is seriousness in terms of achieving infrastructure. The topic proposed by the EFF is devoid of the complexity of construction of different types of infrastructure and skills and capability and experience required for that type of construction development of infrastructure. Moreover, the topic is designed to stand on the sidelines and criticize the ANC government while not having a viable alternative solution to resolve the critical issue of infrastructure development in the provinces and municipal districts. So it is imperative that we are able to move in this debate from the topic really address infrastructure development through implementation of district development model. The development of the microeconomy through infrastructure development is crucial to ensure job creation through creating local economic opportunities for communities as well as linking communities to markets. The DDM model also seeks to ensure local economic development through linking different municipalities to market opportunities. Therefore, it is not a matter of construction or who owns the construction companies, but one of economic planning as well as different types of construction on a variety of different kinds of infrastructure projects. This requires varied expertise and conceptualization and not merely construction. A critical conceptual part of infrastructure development is social delivery in terms of water infrastructure, electricity, and transport infrastructure, which are also key inputs for local economic development. Social housing development requires such infrastructure for its successful development. Moreover, the development of social housing needs to reverse apartheid spatial planning and ensure local job creation. Apartheid colonialism created a global anomaly in relation to residential development as workers and poor communities were located far away from the major economic centers of the country, and therefore had to travel long distances for employment. Whilst apartheid created suburbs for the more affluent, closer to the economic hubs, thereby subsidizing their living standards and reinforcing inequality in the country. In other countries, the working class resides close to their places and suburbs for the middle class and wealthy is further away from the economic hubs. Therefore, government has introduced the SPLUMA to reverse apartheid planning and ensure municipal infrastructure grants. Creating jobs through the reconstruction sector is crucial, but the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan seeks to create through other infrastructure development, as well as to ensure a variety of economic opportunities are developed in different industrial sectors, including the development of small harbors to ensure that coastal communities are able to access ocean economy as well. Beneficiation of raw materials is an important objective in as much as land reform to create small and medium farmers to ensure agro-processing and food security. It is a known fact that it is a microeconomy which creates jobs and makes a major impact on economic inclusive development to reduce poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Therefore, infrastructure development cannot be reduced to the development of provincial and local construction companies and the scrapping of tenders. Scrapping of tenders in construction or state ownership or state entities in all sectors is not a solution, as it is important to recognize that funding infrastructure development and ensuring economic sustainability are critical factors in infrastructure development. This cannot be done solely from the fiscus and requires multiple funding modalities depending on the infrastructure and its revenue stream. This is an important consideration, which is not within the limited scope of thinking of the EFF, and therefore not part of the topic. Procurement through the tender process in construction or any other remains an important tool for ensuring that there is competitive pricing for bids and that those prices are linked to the required specification for tenders. Government in all three spheres need to ensure that it is receiving the most competitive price. It is often raised that government is overcharged for goods and services such as construction, and this needs to be changed. As South Africa is a country where capital for investment in infrastructure is a scarce resource and limited. This requires expertise from state entities in the built environment sector linked to public works to ensure that competitive pricing bands are developed with provincial and local government to ensure that construction of infrastructure is competitively priced. Process to ensure that there is no procurement and tender irregularities is critical in this process to warrant that there are no delays in infrastructure development. Moreover, this does not occur. There needs to be swift and effective consequences management, and the law must take its course. And in any event, the AG in its audit finding does not fail to point out such problems, and therefore there is no basis to suggest that the tender process be scrapped. Tender fraud and corruption will be defeated by the ANC government in all provinces and local municipalities. Critical to infrastructure development and implementation of the economic recovery or reconstruction and recovery plan through the DDM model is to reverse challenges of poverty, inequality, unemployment, and historical economic exclusion. Therefore, the DDM model envisages integrated local economic planning and infrastructure development. This is based on both public and private sector participation, whose success also depends on creating infrastructure projects, which are key inputs for human settlement and economic development, such as water, electricity, and transport. Addressing infrastructure backlog cannot simplistically be reduced to creating a single provincial and local construction company, irrespective of local circumstances. Everything cannot be painted in the same color with one brush. Therefore, imagining that infrastructure backlogs can be wished into existence through a single state-owned provincial or local company is delusional myth. That is like getting to your destination and turning around and looking for the transport to get you there. It cannot be done that way. Varied infrastructure development requires different skills, capabilities, and experience, as well as different funding models. In the final analysis, infrastructure cannot be reduced to a state-owned construction company at provincial and local level and scrapping of tenders. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable High. Next will be Honorable Ann Nkopane, Eastern Cape MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure. Honorable Nkopane.
Achtbare voorzitter, Lucas,
okay.
The Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Salga President, House Chairpersons, honorable permanent delegates, honorable special delegates, secretary to Parliament, secretary to NSOP, guests in the gallery, and viewers in the media platforms, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I greet you, Honorable Chair and the House, and bring you warm revolutionary greetings from the Eastern Cape Premier and the Eastern Cape Provincial Government. And we are very much grateful to be part of this very important debate on the topic presented by the EFF. Honorable Chair, excuse me, in April 1997, it was 2 years in a democratic government. Minister of Finance, Comrade Trevor Manuel, and Minister of Public Works then had issued notice number 691 of 1997, Green Paper on Public Sector Procurement Reforms in South Africa. I so wish the EFF can go back to those documents and read. But when I get delving deeper on the Green Paper—
There's not even guests in the gallery and you are saying we must go and read.
As I delve deeper in the Green Paper notice number 695 of 1997, the foundation was laid then. I believe that foundation was good and solid. The idea of that Green Paper had attempted to address the reform of the procurement processes on a tendering system and also affirmative procurement policy, life cycle costing, value for money, and mitigate on appropriate risk management strategies. This action indicated government's commitment to the development of procurement systems that respond to the needs of South African society. Honorable Chair, as we debate on this topic today, it is important to remind ourselves of the reality that previously the tendering system favored the established and large businesses. It was always very difficult for the newcomers to enter into the public sector procurement system. The existence and importance of small, medium, macro enterprises have been ignored in the past, that is pre-1994. Even though since the dawn of democracy, strides have been made by the government of the ANC as it has realized the importance of the marginalized sectors of society and has created platforms to use processes to be easily accessible for new upcoming businesses to eliminate the injustices of the past. The government has done well in this regard, and we have a number of Black-owned companies that had fared well in the industry since 1994. Chair, it is also important that we should mention that some of the challenges we are facing at this time were actually inherited from the past regime. The reality is that previously, the tendering system, as I've mentioned, favored those that were largely established companies, and it's always been very difficult for our people to access. Now we're saying the existence of this government of the ANC realize the importance of the marginalized societies so that they create platforms to allow the procurement system to ensure that there's, according to our constitution, the procurement is fair, competitive, transparent, and cost-effective. Public procurement operates in an environment of increasingly intense scrutiny driven by technology, programming reviews, and public and political expectations of service improvement. Hence, we have been hearing opposition parties like the EFF grandstanding and advocating for the abolishment of tenders.
Can you learn how to
without
read
even
before you
considering
make a noise about EFF?
without even considering the constitutional imperative on procurement. In South Africa, procurement is of a particular significance in the public sector and has always been used as a policy tool due to discriminatory and unfair practices, the apartheid. Chair, procurement is central to the government service delivery systems and promotes aims which are arguably secondary to primary aim of procurement, such as using procurement to promote social, industrial, and environmental policies. Honorable Chair, in addressing the challenges of procurement and in the same breath, creating provincial and municipal owned construction companies to eradicate infrastructure backlog, it is important that the open tender system, which was introduced around 2014, should be reviewed, promoted, and encouraged. This open tender system, when introduced, its aim was to prevent corruption, allow public and members of the media to view how companies get businesses from provincial and municipal government. Therefore, Chair, akakho umuntu ozakuthi i-tendering processes zenzelwe into yoba makubekho i-corruption kumiswe i-service delivery. Sithi reviewishwa and is going to work as the ANC government is putting it. And independent probity auditors scrutinize every phase of the tender evaluation, and that way transparency, fairness, competitiveness, and cost-effective is achieved. And those areas that have not yet achieved them, we are working towards that achievement. As the Eastern Cape Provincial Government Chair, through the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure that I'm leading, we have developed a policy document that seeks to address the development challenges facing a number of contractors in the construction industry, and also seek to create provincial and municipal owned construction companies and eradicate infrastructure backlogs without abolishing tendering systems and tenders. The policy seeks to intervene and disrupt the status quo by introducing a number of management interventions that will address the development challenges. Honorable Chair, the Integrated Contractor Development Program is a bold initiative of the Eastern Cape and is led by Public Works and Infrastructure Development Department. That is aimed at improving transparency in the construction industry by developing a pool of contracting capabilities and capacity of the existing companies from grades 1 to 6 within the general building, civil engineering, and specialized categories in accordance with the construction industry requirements. It is the intention of the Eastern Cape government to transform the ownership patterns and development of crucial skills based on the Eastern Cape construction industry and the companies by ensuring that a sustainable number of companies are deliberately targeted for support and development in a manner that meets the 5 key constitutional pillars of procurement. Honorable Chair, it is also the intention of the policy to foster the sustainable development of companies by identifying a number of contractors that will undergo a thorough structured training over a period of 3 years. And we call that our incubator program. Is one of our flex programs that they can be complete and be based in the open market with limited or no support from the department after they have completed their 3 years. I hereby, on behalf of the Eastern Cape government, invite the EFF to visit the Eastern Cape and see the diversification of the government in action. We have the artisan centers in Jogabi, in Sarah Bartman, and the third one is under construction in OR Tambo.
Yes, you
Chair.
conclude, honorable member. As you
Yes,
conclude.
Chair. The policy will be enforced by a number of legislative policy mandates influencing the development of small and emerging enterprises that would look at the designated groups, women, youth, people with disabilities, and military veterans. The success of the policy will be reflected in a number of Black contracting entities that will be able to participate at a higher CIDB grading destinations, and prime contractors improve performance, and also successful implementation of infrastructure projects. That will be done without abolishing tendering systems and tenders. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member Nkopane. The next will be Honorable M. Dlamini, Economic Freedom Fighters.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the EFF founding manifesto provides for a clear analysis on the role which the states should play in all sectors of the economy. That a successful state is one which seeks to drive real economic and industrial development and provide better services. An inspired, skilled, and well-compensated public service is required. The post-1994 government has weakened its capacity to drive economic growth and development. So much so that all functions which are supposed to be performed by the state are performed by the private sector, which often milk the state of the little resources that we have. Before we provide a clear, decisive solution on how to properly manage states, as a solution-based government in waiting, let us outline the many infrastructural related failures which we have been subjected to under the leadership of the ANC government. The ANC in the Eastern Cape cannot come here and tap dance on our intelligence and come to try and perceive a perfect picture of a government that is clearly corrupt to the core. Earlier on this year, in Enoch Mgijima municipality, 15 million rands was spent building a dodgy Lexington stadium, which has no working toilets, electricity, with an athletic track marked with faded white paint. Again in the Eastern Cape, it was exposed that in Walter Sisulu municipality in Burgersdorp, just over 15 million rands was wasted on building a stadium which it currently stands on ruin. The Gauteng government also wasted 140 million building Tshwane HM Piki Stadium, which was never used and will now cost 84 million to demolish it. Many years later, the Mpumalanga police have failed to make a breakthrough in the assassination of former City of Mbombela Speaker Jimmy Muhlala, who was shot dead in 2009 after he exposed graft in construction of the 1.2 billion Mbombela 2010 FIFA World Cup Stadium. The state's dependency on tenders has had massive political implications and often reduced the quality of work provided because of corruption and the corruption that has been engraved in the tender system. The Chairperson, as the EFF, we propose that the provincial and local government and all state-owned companies must abolish tenders and eradicate infrastructural backlog. As in this country, we still have people who are without houses. The national housing backlog sits at 2.6 million houses, which translates to 12 people waiting for housing, a problem which is worsened by lack of land. We are faced with challenges of unpaved roads and an ANC which sets the bar of infrastructure so low that they smile for cameras celebrating official openings for gravel roads in Amatole district. Villages across the provinces, such as the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, and Limpopo, have been waiting since the dawn of democracy for their roads to be tarred. This one of several indicators that have no capacity or plans in place to deal with infrastructural backlogs. At the center of a strong developmental state, it should be motivated and inspired and well-remunerated public services that share in the development vision of this country. a strong developmental state, have political and technical capacity to give developmental mandate to state-owned companies. It can never be correct that the state operates only with the hope that still colonial and foreign-owned and thus unpatriotic private sector in particular will voluntarily underwrite the development agenda and pursue an agenda of job creation, poverty reduction, and sustainable development with the same vigor that should define the government. Those who believe that the state must not be involved in the economy or the markets are misleading us. Provinces should employ engineers, quantity surveyors, project managers, and builders for sustainable tasks. Their responsibility will include the construction of houses, roads, bridges, sport facilities, dams, sewage systems, and more. Not these tenderpreneurs who inflate prices and promote a system of corruption in procurement. These should be subjected to strict standards of quality assurance to ensure that at all times, state-constructed companies are of good quality. These provincially owned companies will not be driven by principles of profit maximization, but by the need to provide cheap and affordable services to the people and the economy. The alignment of skills to industrial sectors should be done in a manner similar to the approach adopted by the developed economies, but in a more focused and properly resourced model. The South African government, in collaboration with industrial and manufacturing investors and practitioners, should put in place industry-linked training authorities, which will train particularly young people for various responsibilities in new industries and factories. Various sectors, including minerals, beneficiation, and industrialization of diamond cutting and polishing, and highly labor absorptive sectors and training agencies should be established for the sector to supply labor to the particular sector. The EFF remains firmly committed to the abolishment of tenders and building internal state capacity, which will lead to the insourcing of contract worker. We will continue to defend the poor and vulnerable from the criminals such as those from the Eastern Cape who want to deny their criminal activities that are exploitative and hand over the duties of the government to tenderpreneurs so that instead of growing the economy, they are growing their bellies. The EFF is the only party to effectively address this and to root out the ugly head of corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbali Dlamini. We are continuing and we will now call on Honorable NNG Mahlaba, KwaZulu-Natal ABC for Human Settlements and Public Works. Honorable Mahlaba. Is Honorable Mahlaba not there? Honorable Mahlaba again.
I'm here, Chair.
Okay.
My
Over to you
apologies.
then. Okay.
I'm technologically disadvantaged, so I was trying to use my gadget here. Greetings to you, Chair. Greetings to the honorable members of the NCOP. And all the members present. Honorable Chair, as the government of the day, the African National Congress has numerously demonstrated its capabilities to both empowering the previously disenfranchised and level the playing field by crafting policies which would ultimately usher the country into an arena of equal opportunities. However, it is worth noting that this characterization and noble cause has been hijacked along the way by nefarious and unscrupulous individuals. These unprincipled elements have propelled my party, the ANC, to relook
the pros and cons of a tendering system. Having realized the pros and cons, we've had to be cognizant that these systems ideally broadened the participation of Black-owned companies in the mainstream of the economy. But also, in hindsight, this is a system which has often found itself mired by corruption. Often at times, this corruption is committed by the collusion of some officials and business people in the main. With that said, the ANC has often been on the receiving end and has borne the brunt. I can unequivocally and unapologetically and coherently state that the ANC is not the face of corruption, despite infinite times many have tried to label it otherwise. I can begin by stating that during 2010 FIFA Soccer World Cup, the Competition Commission uncovered and unraveled that many companies who were found guilty of collusion and corruption had no links with the ANC and were mostly white-owned companies. Yet, despite these glaring findings, the government of the day find itself being chastised when not to ignore the mere fact that this government, through its policies and an unwavering commitment, has empowered Black-owned companies to conduct infrastructure-related business abroad. Notably, a Black-owned company from our own shores constructed one of the previous World Cup stadiums in Brazil. With that said, infrastructure investment has been identified as a key priority in both the National Development Plan and the new growth path strategic goal 4 of KZN Provincial Growth and Development Plan 2035. This speaks to strategic infrastructure that is able to provide for the social, economic, and development needs of KZN. Majority of infrastructure delivery departments in KZN are facing challenges of funding, shortfall, inadequate maintenance, as we've noticed also during the situation that we come from of floods. Other challenges include underutilization of internal professional staff, lack of capacity necessary to meet the provincial expectation, spending above budget, insufficient planning, implementation, monitoring, and reporting capabilities. Inability to timely deliver infrastructure, resulting in infrastructure backlogs and unutilized resources. The challenges mentioned above are not unique to the province, nor to the continent. Infrastructure under delivery is a worldwide phenomenon. Traditionally, public sector procurement models have resulted in a number of limitations, including financing constraints, inefficiencies, and lack of innovation. As government, we know that the requirement of a developmental state is demonstrable capacity to implement the planned projects in time within budget. The developmental state has a responsibility of ensuring united focus in the achievement of the outcomes of the success of the country. This requires a state capable of uniting its effort and working hard for the success of the whole and creating a win-win outcome for all stakeholders. In pursuance of a radical economic transformation, KZN Provincial Executive Committee resolved that the Department of Public Works and Department of Transport must jointly establish a state-owned construction company which will set out to increase state-led infrastructure investment aimed at stimulating economic growth, employment, reindustrialization of the KZN economy through effective national development plan. Feasibility study was done and recommended the establishment of a strategic infrastructure development unit in the form of agency that has flexibility, autonomy, and operating in business and commercial principles in the KZN province. State Infrastructure Development Agency will be the province's infrastructure NEP center. To date, work has been undertaken to operationalize this SITA under the Department of Public Works, and the following have become evident. SITA, the SITA mandate is broader than merely infrastructure. It responds to province's critical need and is merely a means to that end. Only entity that delivers strategic infrastructure in the province. This mandate responds to the outcome 4 of the provincial growth and development strategy, which relates to economic development. The following from SITA mandate, flowing from SITA mandate, it will have service offerings of infrastructure planning, coordination, bankable feasibility studies, development, project financing fees, project management and engineering consulting services, institutional support to municipalities, construction, investment portfolio, strategic infrastructure, disaster response. As we noticed that when we were faced with the challenge of floods, there were many challenges that we had to deal with as the province. The SITA operationalization process is at a stage of building the business case in accordance with national treasury requirements and draft enabling legislation. Honorable Chair, it must be reported that Department of Public Works